Invitational here with one of the standouts from week one's games. Chunga found himself in the top 8 on both days. How you going, mate?
Hello, Ducky. I'm going good. Just finished work. About to start stream soon.
you got to crank those numbers up. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, like,
gotta get the practice in.
yeah. And look, you're absolutely firing this week. Before we dive into anything else, let's talk about it. You had at the top of the standings basically on both Saturday and Sunday, playing a bit of a gun, but a wide range of comps, or a bit of skirmishes in there as well. How did you feel about how you played this weekend?
I feel like I played okay, but I actually got really lucky in like at least 6 out of 10 of my games. I got really lucky, so I high rolled, and I'd say like 80% of my games I got a better than average opening. So
it's just kind of luck was on your side on those days.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping I get lucky again this weekend.
You're hoping you didn't use it all up before top 16.
Yeah, exactly. But going into the tourney, I did have a game plan, so I just executed my game plan to the best I could, I guess.
And we've seen a lot of big names fall out this week. Obviously, Razza and Keen are the two big scalps from Sunday. Yep. How does it... Is that a surprise to you? Like, how do you feel about the field, the final 32 heading into this weekend?
It is a surprise for sure because they're really good players. But the issue is with the tourney format, it's really punishing. So if you do get unlucky for like 2 games out of 5, then you're already in a really bad spot to make the next stage. Because it's a small sample size, right? It's 5 games, and especially 3 up for the first cutoff. So people like Fishball got knocked out in the first 3 games as well. So you don't really have much room for recovery. So yeah,
it's really reliant on hitting those early firsts or early top 4s rather than building up.
Exactly. So it's really punishing in a sense, but yeah.
Well, I've got some quick fire questions just off the top of my head to ask you, learn a bit more about you. How did you come up with the name Chunga?
My first name's Aaron and my last name's Chung. And then when I was in uni, my uni email was Chunga. So there we go.
You just stole it from a uni email.
Yeah, I just stole it from my uni email. So.
You didn't have anything that you used before that? It was just that you got it from uni?
Yeah, so I didn't really have a gamer tag before that, so I was like, Chunga's got a nice ring to it, I'll go with Chunga.
It's got a very like Aussie sounding name to it, like it's got the R, the E, like a Scotty at the end of it. I respect it. How did you get into playing TFT?
I've always liked auto chess kind of games, so I used to play Dota a lot, so I used to be a Dota sweat, and they released this game mode called auto chess. I got into it. I was hooked. Like that shit was so addicting. And then when auto chess kind of died, there was like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, so I started playing that. Then I think I was watching some Twitch stream. Can't remember who it was. It was probably like Dog or Hafu or Toast, and they were playing TFT. I was like, this game looks pretty cool. So I just went into it. Yeah, I just addicted ever since. That was like last year October, I think.
Oh, so not even like set 1, like it's a bit into.
Oh no, I started in set 4.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Are there any because I've always asked this question to everyone. It's like, oh, what's your favorite set been? But you've only played a set and a half. So like, are there any of the past sets that you've looked at? You'd be like, oh, I wish I had the chance to play that.
Oh yeah, set 3 for sure. Like, so all my TFT friends, they like showing me the set 3 mechanics and units. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I want to play some Candyland and Mech. But yeah, I didn't get to. I didn't get to, so unlucky.
Yeah, maybe they'll bring it back one day, and you can have your chance.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I'm down to say me mech because I love hard forcing a comp. So.
Have you got any particular favorite unit that you have played that you have a special attachment to in TFT?
Oh yeah, Zaya.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So set 4.5 Zaya or
set 4.5 Zaya.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure everyone knows me as the keeper 1 trick from set 4.5. I literally keeper 1 trick to rank 1, and yeah, I'm a keeper abuser.
And then Razza stole your comp, posted it on Reddit, and went to Worlds.
Oh no, Razza played first, but then I stole the tech from Grubums. So I watched Grubums stream and Razza stream. I was like, and I absorbed all their knowledge and I fused them into like my brain, and then I climbed.
Yeah. Everyone has been mort dogged in TFT at least once. What is the most memorable mort dogged experience you can remember?
Most memorable. Huh. Oh, that's a tough one. There's like so many moments that just trigger me, and for me at least, when they trigger me, I just like erase them from my memory. Because the longer it stays in my memory, the more it tilts me. Yeah. But I'll tell you about the most recent one, I guess. It's not really tilting, but it's just rolling at 3-2. I full centered at 3-2 for 6 Forgotten. I didn't hit, and I went 8th. Yeah.
It's just like one of those things where it's just like, well, now I can't play the game because I've literally just done my whole strategy. It's just done. And all these units. Yeah, I can feel that. It's painful. Okay, who do you think, I guess, heading into this weekend with some of the big names knocked out is going to be your biggest competition? Because you have been tearing it up, and you said you were lucky, but like the scoreboard doesn't lie at the same time.
I'd say Angora for sure. Angora is my biggest competition. He's also one of my best TFT friends, so but he is my best competition.
Bit of friendly rivalry doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, friendly rivalry. But the thing is, I'll be happy if like either one of us goes to Worlds. So.
Well, Worlds is still a while away. I guess just a snapshot of it in. How would it feel to make top 16 and at least have that shot at making Worlds?
It would feel amazing because prior to this tournament, at least my tournament performance hasn't been the best. There's been some memes going around. Tony Chunga, that guy chokes. But yeah, I'm hoping to rewrite the story this weekend. And rewrite the narrative.
Yeah, and I guess one last question is, we're gonna have a new representative at Set 5 Worlds. Like, how do you think, if you were that representative, do you think you can fill OC's shoes nicely, like represent the region well?
If I make it to Worlds, I'm winning it. Trust.
Nice. I like that. I respect the enthusiasm. Have you had a little look at the Radiant items and got a little bit of the early meta?
I haven't even looked at set 5.5 because I'm kind of focusing on this set right now. But after this weekend, if I make it, I'll look into set 5.5.
Yeah. Well, best of luck for this weekend. Hopefully you can, live up to the wishes of winning Worlds. That would be a massive achievement, especially if Raz did last time. So, hey, you could just one up him again. Thanks so much, Chunga, and best of luck this weekend.
Alright, thank you, dude.
Hey guys, Ducky here for the Order TFT Mid-Set Invitational for Reckoning, joined once again by admin and caster extraordinaire Tycoon. Look, we did a bit of cursing last week in our Week 1 preview. I'm pretty sure every player that we mentioned who was going to do well were eliminated, so I guess we'll start off there. There were some massive scalps in Week 1. Obviously, the two big names in the region, Razza and Keen, found themselves eliminated. What was your thought on that?
I was honestly very surprised to see them both go out. Keen just barely missed it on day 2. Took 2 8s, unfortunately. If he could have moved them a bit higher, could have made it through. But Razza just fell way short, falling out in 39th place. I honestly expected him to do a lot better than that, but sometimes you just have an off day and just is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's like when it comes down to these tournaments where you only have 5 games on one day, if you go bot 2 in 3 of those 5 games or 2 of those 5 games, it's so much harder to climb back up. And that's what really happened with Keen. He had 3 top 4s, but because he had 2 8s on his board, he couldn't get enough points because it's just the 1 point and he's trying to carry the rest of his performance. It's very cutthroat, the nature of this tournament. And I feel like we saw some surprising innovation from a lot of the players. Obviously, we mentioned that we would be seeing a lot of Forgotten, some Redeemed, heading into Week 1. But there was actually one surprise comp, and that was Skirmishes. And I think that took everyone, including all the casters, by surprise.
Yeah, it didn't really... Skirmishes has always been a good vertical trait. You get that early 6 Skirmishes spike, you get a lot of shields onto the board, a lot of free AD, so the longer the rounds go, the more likely you are to win. Hitting an early Jax is obviously really strong if you've got a couple of items for it. But we saw a lot more than that. We saw people contesting each other playing Skirmishes, going straight into Jax carries, just playing the pretty standard Jax with Rel. It was just very surprising, especially considering it has a weak matchup into Forgottens where Draven just melts through it. But there was just a lot of people also contesting each other on Draven, so it was a lot harder to hit. So we, definitely saw some innovative comps.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because Forgotten was always going to be so contested, whether it was Kata carry or Draven carry. We were expecting that, but then I was very surprised by how little Redeemed was played. Obviously, it did face a couple of nerfs in the B patch just beforehand and the big patch before, but it's just it's still I feel like it's a really strong comp. It shares a lot of items with some of the other comps, such as Yasuo or Karma. And because the units weren't contested, I was expecting to see it picked up a bit more. Maybe that changes this weekend. as players look to find their own niches into the meta. But I don't know, that just really surprised me, the lack of redeemed.
Well, yeah, we are on the same patch. You've got to keep in mind. So the patch hasn't changed a lot. We are seeing a few more like abomination comps come out, a few more draconic, a lot of Zyra carries. So we might see a bit more of that this weekend. Redeemed still hasn't been too popular, but people might be keeping it as a little pocket pick to use because it is so uncontested. It really is just down to Vel'Koz carry. Bulldoze is still kind of relevant, but also really hard to play. So we might see more redeemed. I think we might end up seeing more Dawnbringer than redeemed, though.
Yeah, bringing out the Karlin pick, always been a favorite of mine. Have been abusing that to try and get back into Diamond this set. Haven't been successful so far, but hopefully by the end of the weekend we can get there. Look,
Yeah.
we've got plenty of competition to talk about still. There is 32 players left. 8 will be eliminated each day on day 3 and day 4 to get our final 16. Tycoon, who are we going to curse this week? Who's your pick to make it to the regional finals?
Well, I've got to stick with Chunga. Like I did call Chunga last time. He's still very good, and I said if he can make tournament play click, he can go far, and he did exactly that. He went first place day 1, second place day 2. One of the few peoples to take 3 first place games in day 1. Just overall really good, really consistent play from him. He's got a high tiebreaker going into day 3 as well. Honestly, just smashing it at the moment.
So yeah, I was speaking to Chunga midweek as well about his performance. He said that he got a little bit lucky. He felt like he got super lucky with some really strong starts, but you really can't deny that. You said the 3 first place, he played really well. He had the highest average points across the 2 days out of all the players. He just looks on fire. But another name that I want to bring up, and it was brought up by Chunga himself when I spoke to him, was Angora. Obviously, those two are really, really good friends, and Angora had some good performances themselves. And there's a lot of still some top tier names in there, like Sora the Cat, Admiration, Peanut. They're all like in the mix. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of players really vying for those top 16 spots. And ultimately, it's going to be very interesting after the cull that we had in week 1, who actually makes it through to week 2.
Yeah, the day 4 or day 3 and 4 rather are going to be a little bit less forgiving as well, or rather more forgiving. We're only dropping the bottom 8 players rather than the bottom 16 players, and you've got the full 5 games before anyone gets cut. So as long as players can remain fairly consistent, they should know roughly by game 4 if they're going to be in or not. There'll be about 8 to 16 players that will know by game 4 if they're getting cut or not, and they've got that last game to kind of push themselves over the edge to the next day. I lost my train of thought.
I can pick it up for you, because honestly, like, I think once we get to that final game, we're going to see a lot of contesting comps. Like, the guys who have made it, they're going to be latched onto by the guys who might be on the fringe cutoff. They might only need a couple more points, and they can try and drag down their opposition. And so it always brings down like that interesting dynamic within TFT of like, do you just make your own comp and play your own way, or do you have to actually try and sabotage who you're playing against and just go, look, if I hit, it's good. If I miss, I just blame Mortog. That's basically what it comes down to in game 5. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of that interesting dynamic in the tail end of this tournament. Anyways, Tycoon, thank you so much for your time for this preview again. Be sure to tune in this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, starting at 6 p.m. AEST, so we can get our top 16 heading into the regional finals ahead of set 5.5.
Here we are, guys. It is the final day of the second weekend here, coming into Oceania's TFT Reckoning mid-set Invitational. I'm Gino, and I will be joined tonight by Frosty, and we've also got Kareem's here with us. How you doing, guys?
Solid 2 thumbs up, mate. I'm excited. Top 24 players. Got some really good stuff. 5 strong games tonight. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Some of my favorite players are playing tonight. Looking forward to see who makes it to regionals.
Yeah, we've had a couple of big names get dropped out along the way. Last set's champion, Razza, gone. The biggest streamer we have here in OCE, also gone. There's just been casualties all over the place, but who we've got left are some of the best players around in Oceania. So why don't we jump into a quick explainer video to walk us through how we got to this point in the tournament. Well, whether you're riding in on your light charger tonight, maybe you're on the side of Chaos Pengu with the mist at your back. Who knows? I'm sure there'll be some comps for you tonight. Now, that was a little, just a refresher of how many people we started off with. We've been cutting them down, 8 players at a time generally. And tonight, we're going to have, as you can see, that final 24 players. They're going to be playing for all 5 games tonight. And from there, we're going to get the final 16, and you will see those guys at the end of set 5.5 battling out to see who is going to be this set's champion.
Yeah, we're going to have the final 16 players, and then that's not going to be all, though, because those 16 players are inevitably going to be cut down to one on a later date in set 5.5, but they got to make it there first. You got to be able to brave out the top 24 tonight. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how the players are going to play. We had a little bit of a preview last night where we had all 32 coming in there, and I felt like a lot of players really resorted to their comfort zones a lot, where they went for strategies that they felt comfortable with more often than not. So I'm really excited to see, what players are going to pull out of the hat.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous way to play, isn't it? Because as we've talked about throughout this tournament, at the moment, the meta seems to be rewarding those players who are being flexible, those players who are coming in and playing, they're having a look at their bench, what they get in the first 2 stages, probably seeing the items that they're given, and then trying to build their comp out of that, rather than, as you say, maybe trying to resort to whatever is the comfort pick, where they're playing squid the whole way through set 5. Well, that might not work out for you so great right now, because Redeemed, as we've seen on the stat sheet that we had Ducky help us out with a bit earlier today, Redeemed actually not looking so hot at the moment, Kareems.
Yeah, Redeem's definitely on the down spiral. But yeah, like you said, being flexible is really, really a benefit here. You need to be able to play anything at any time. If there's an optimal situation to play Dawnbringer, you play it. If there's optimal position to play Skirmishes, you play it. If you're forcing an opener, then sometimes you can get into a situation where you're just not hitting, and it's contested, and then all of a sudden you're going bot 2. So gotta be able to play flexibly to play at the highest level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that hasn't been flexible over these 2 weekends is probably the Forgotten comp. Looking at that, it's been the most played comp, which means it's actually doing pretty well. It's consistently getting into that top 4, even when contested, even if you've got 2, maybe sometimes even 3 players deciding to go down that route. Why do you think that's doing so well, and why so many players are picking that at the moment, Frosty?
Well, simply because it is one of those compositions where you can just have any sort of item start, and it does lead in really well from the early game. You get a Forgotten opener, and from there on, well, you've got a few choices on what you want to do. But most of the time, a lot of players will resort to just playing linear, where they go into Dawnbringers and they'll keep going into Dawnbringers, or they get Forgottens and they'll keep going into Forgotten. So finding a Forgotten start isn't necessarily that hard as we head into game number 1 here, with Multiply going to be the person who we're speccing for the time being.
Yeah, well, talking about getting started, here we go, ladies and gents. 3 lobbies, of course, we will just be following along with 1 at a time. Hopefully we, get a little bit of action from each of those lobbies. So if you've got a favorite player out there, you can get some vision of them. In this first lobby we're having a look at, there's 24 players left, but of course there are favorites. There are players that have shown themselves to be the front runners so far, and certainly one of those that we have talked about, we might have even seen the interview with them if you were tuning into the stream a little bit earlier tonight, and that's Chunga. So you'll tell me, what have they been sort of resorting to mainly? Have they been one of those flexible players? Do you still think, after their performance yesterday, are they still one of the front runners?
Yeah, I'd say that Chunga is definitely one of the front runners still. I mean, we've memed on Chunga for the longest time, in all honesty. We've given Chunga a little bit of grief for the most part about his consistency during tournaments, but I don't want to jinx him. I really don't. But I'm going to go and say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say this might be Chunga's tourney to lose from here on out. I mean, the results have been speaking for themselves over the past few days here. and I personally would like to put the meme of Chunga's tournament run to rest. You know, I want to see him have a good run of it today.
Yeah, I'd love to see him do well. He was rank 1 on day 1, rank 2 on day 2. It was like, did okay yesterday, top 13, I think it was. Hoping he can just bring it home. I'd like to see him at least get to regionals and see how he goes at the highest level. I would love to see him represent OC as well. But we'll have to see if he can play consistent TFT again today. Looking forward to see what comps he plays on the final day.
Yep. Well, Multiply here, a little bit unsure about his start. Obviously, he had a couple of, synergies with 2 units, but couldn't quite activate the trait. So you see him swapping out a couple of units, trying to decide which way is going to get him their best, or perhaps even just save him the most health. But the Renewer trait coming through there from Fortune Chosen, just keeping that Vlad alive and putting in an extra point or 2 of damage. So that's Fortune Chosen. Now that we're back on, starts off with his Shadow Belt. He does have the Hecarim on the bench as well. What would you guys, Frosty, what are you thinking if you're seeing this start?
Well, there's a Pony on the bench there, and Pony is one of the Fortune Chosens. Well, we saw Fortune Chosen playing Pony, what was it, just on, I believe it was just yesterday or day 2. And I feel like that was one of his best performances that we've seen all tournament here is, just knowing the positioning. It feels like Fortune Chosen knows the comp really well, so wouldn't be surprised to see that. Other options, you could try to build something like a more evil Anomicon here, but even that's a little bit inflexible. Looks like Fortune Chosen's probably just going to try to prioritize going for perhaps a strong opener here with the Renewers and seeing where it plays out.
Double bodyguards there in front of the Lysandra, allowing her to keep pumping those spells out. But this looks like Chubby Bunny there, who has gone up to level 4, unlike Fortune Chosen. That's going to make it pretty easy for him to roll over the top. And he's going to be banking up those Draconic eggs as well there. I think we saw he had the Udyr, the Set, and the Zyra all ready to go. Ooh, double Nocturne. I mean,
this could be an option. If he plays the Carousel here, King, maybe get a Shadow Zeeks going and just play the Assassins. I haven't seen too much Assassins at MSI. I'd love to see him pull it out here. He has the Shadow Zeeks, half an Infinity Edge as well. This could definitely be a good option here.
Yeah, as you say, there we go. He does pick up the LeBlanc as well. Starting that tech down, going down that route, 2 Assassins now. And as you say, yeah, the Shadow Zeke's honestly the item that really brings the Assassin carry there online with Nocturne.
Yeah, definitely. It's really hard for a lot of compositions to try to get an idea of when to go into Assassins as well, but the double Nocturne here is such a good indicator that, hey, look, you've got a glove on the bench here, you've also got a Shadow Belt as well. There's the potential now to try to go for it, whereas a lot of times you have an idea of a composition that you'll want to go for in your head. So that pickup for Fortune Chosen is really going to pay out. We're going to have to see how it plays out on Carousel and whether they're going to be able to get the sword here to continue going down that route.
Yeah, well, it looks like Fortune Chosen has second pick, but no, Multiply snags the sword, and now you can see there's a moment of hesitation, wondering what is the next best pickup. Interesting that he did go for the Shadow Cloak there, which, would have enabled him to potentially grab a Shadow Runeans in the future. Obviously, another best in slot item there for the Nocturne. What do you guys think about the choice of grabbing a second rod?
Yeah, not bad. It opens up a potential AP option now if he wants to start pivoting out. Obviously, if you don't get the items you need for Assassins, you want to pivot out. So he has Dual Gauntlet and potentially Archangels as well, so he might consider pivoting in that direction. Just opening up his options. I don't mind it. It's a 2 gold rod, it's a damage item. You can always make like a Shadow Locket. You hit the Shadow Vest at 3-2, so I don't mind it. Just keeping his options open. He might... Oh, he actually sells the Nocturne pair, so he's like, okay, I didn't hit a sword, I didn't hit any items. I don't want to hold on to something that may not work. I'm going to just play economy game and play towards my items, which are more AP orientated.
Yeah, the 2 rods and the tier do seem to be heading that way. Frosty, do you think it would have been worth maybe just sticking around and seeing what Krugs gave him?
Economy is incredibly important in this sort of situation here. When Fortune Chosen's chosen not to level up to level 5 here. It's something that you really got to prioritize simply because you're not going to have an advantage over other players. So I was potentially considering, the ability to go into something like a pony from there, a second rod, being able to put it on your Victor, put a Ginsu's, put a Shojin, put whatever else you might need on it. But it looks like Fortune Chosen's got something a little bit different in mind here, with just trying to go for something A-bomb wise. And I really like this choice, it's got a good lead into Heimerdinger, which I think is probably going to be where Fortune Chosen's looking to go from here.
Yeah, definitely a good option. You can stabilize the mid game with Abomination and just play towards those late game carries. Like you said, Heimerdinger, one of the best carries right now in my view. He's just going to find a way to stabilize. Obviously, he's a level down, like you mentioned. It'll be just interesting to see how he manages his economy into Stage 3.
Yeah, even with the 2 wins on the bench, does take the loss, of course, going into Krugs. Very hard to do that if you're, level 4 playing level 5, as you guys mentioned. And yeah, I feel like, Heimerdinger at the moment is definitely one of the highest cap outs in all of TFT. I feel like every time we see a late game that involves, a Heimer 2 with good items, it's almost just game over at that point. It seems like there's very few compositions that can deal with that amount of damage and with that amount of pressure that a well-positioned Baby Dragon can put out.
Now, this is looking a little bit spicy here. We've talked a little bit about Bulldozer over the past few days here and how rare it's been to see a Bulldozer comp come online, but it looks like in Multiplier's case here, Multiplier's got really good Bulldozer items. The Shojin is a requirement for the Varus, and the Final Whisper works extraordinarily well, so in Multiplier's position, I wouldn't be surprised to see a really big roll down at level 6 here, potentially even right now, just to try to find these units, but looks like they're going to just be holding off for a little bit for the meantime, just to enable just that little bit more gold, because hitting Varus 2 at level 6 is just so important.
He's got the full loss streak coming out of Stage 2. Only the 2 Varuses, doesn't have the Pantheon yet. As you say, just saw the direction from his items and seems to have committed quite early. I suppose there is also the option of going towards the Squid here. Final Whisper, amazing item if you chuck it on Vel'Koz. Do you think will leave sort of both of those options open? Does it might just depend on sort of, what the shop gives him there, Kareems?
Yeah, he's definitely in a flexible position, so he can still play Squid like you mentioned, and he can play Bulldozer like Frosty mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if he if he went 7 at 3-5, if you want to play Squid. It depends on his armory here. But if he wants to play Bulldozer, then he would roll now. So this will give you an indication of what he wants to do. Does he want to play Bulldozer, which is more of a mid-game comp, I would say? Okay, he's going to roll now. So this does tell me he does want to sort of hit that Bulldozer like Frosty mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw that as soon as, he decided to go for the Rod over the Shadow tier. I mean, I think Hand of Vengeance, probably very close to, if not a best-in-slot item for the Vel'Koz, so opting to go for the Rod there, which I think seems to probably open up the option for dual gauntlets. Would that be your third item to put there on the Varus? I know you have said in the past, Frosty, that it's very item specific, this composition.
The 2 major items are the ones that Multiplier's got right now. You need the Final Whisper because it just works so well with the entire composition. Final Whisper in particular, meaning that you can shred every aspect of their armor and MR rather than just the armor, which means that everyone's going to be dealing more damage on your team. So it's kind of a multiplicative effect where, because everyone can crit, everyone is therefore shredding the armor and then the entire comp melts, thus the Bulldozer name. In this position, though, it's pretty much whatever Multiplier really wants to do with it from here on out. Still lacking a Pantheon. That's why we see them rolling down here, just to be able to try to hit it, because it is such a critical part of the composition.
Yeah, unfortunately has not hit it though. He's in a really, really rough spot now. 47 HP, hasn't won a fight this game yet, hasn't found the Pantheon. And he has no money, so I'm really worried for his Stage 4 here if he can't find at least one Pantheon. He's trying to make 10 here, trying to save his economy a little bit. I think he always gets his Varus. The Trundle pair is also a bit too high value. But he's got to start winning soon. He's looking a bit dicey here.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, a roll down at Stage 6 you see the roll down at stage 7, and you're like, well, they can compete okay. Once if your economy's stuffed and you're going up against, an 8 level team, the 8 units on the board. Sometimes it can be okay, right? But like if you're stuck on level 6 and you're trying to roll down and find those unit compositions, unless you're a fully capped out like 3-star Hellion board or something like that, once people start going 8, you're really gonna have problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a little bit of a mouse flick there indicated that Multiply may have even been considering picking up the Pantheon off of the carousel here, just to be able to make sure that they had it, but instead chooses to prioritize trying to go for pretty much perfect virus items at this point. You want the spell crit just to be able to enable the rest of your team to be able to get those final whisper crits off there as well. So, not surprised to see that coming out. What I will be surprised to see is if we continue to see a roll down here. Considering that, looking at Multiplier's board, even without that Pantheon, it's still looking okay. There's some 2 stars on here, so potentially stable until level 7.
Yeah, I can definitely see him stabilizing on this board. I don't think even if he does lose, can't see him losing by too many units. The Varus 2 plus the Aatrox 2 should be enough to sustain him coming into neutrals here. I can't see him losing too badly.
And let's have a look at how he goes against Teemo's dad, who is rocking the Hellions. Now, one of the interesting things we noted was that Teemo's dad was the only person to try playing Hellions into the late game on day 3. And you know what? He actually did it with quite a bit of success. He had a first, he had a third, and a 6th. Not so great, but overall they're actually achieving pretty decent results on the Hellion comp.
Yeah, he's 1 off Kled 3 and 1 off Poppy 3, I believe. And he just hit Poppy 3, as I just saw on the right there. So yeah, very strong mid game. So like I did say, Multiply wasn't going to lose by too much, but to come up against a pretty strong Hellion comp this early is always hard to deal with. So yeah, quite a big loss there. But he still only took 6 damage. I still think Multiply is going to push 7 here and really look for that Pantheon pair, and maybe even a Varus 3.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like Multiply is not going to be prioritizing that. A Varus 3 just doesn't have the money to try to look for a level 7 and a Varus 3. Sells off the pair that was on the bench there, instead choosing to prioritize making 30 gold here. So I'm pretty sure Multiplier's head is in the right spot here. Trying to get that Pantheon while going level 7 here is the number 1 priority. And so I can really respect, selling it off here. Take a good loss in this situation here as well, coming up against the Daisy and the Soraka. Soraka really packing a lot of damage here with those items too.
Yeah, Lux just trying to keep herself with
shield off. Will this order? Can he? Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, like maybe kill Daisy's shield and then get the order off on Soraka, but if I take down that.
Yeah, the mana debuff from Soraka. Just a little bit too annoying there for Lux, who can usually be a great last stand kind of unit when she gets that redeemed buff. So, okay, well, we're going to Wolves now. Heading towards stage 4, and man, Multiply still not on level 7. He's been trying to eco back up as his health just gets lower and lower, and he tries to find that Pantheon. Really, really needs it soon. But let's have a look at Fortune Chosen for now. He's got a pair of squids there on the bench. How do you guys feel about that when we're looking at the other items he's got there? Is that just, saving the, looking for the 4-cost kind of odds? No, he's picked up that. He's actually, wow, okay. Someone talk me through this transition. This looks wild.
Yeah, so he has a redeem spat, so he might just hard pivot into some sort of redeem comp. I think the 4A bomb is still strong enough for now, but he might start slowly pivoting into maybe 6 redeem with this redeem spat. Maybe he'll play more of a vertical A bomb. Interesting to see how he distributes his items here. Will he hold these items for next turn? Will he wait to see if he gets an armory? Interesting to see. He's coming up against this Multiply, who does have a Pantheon now. So he did find a Pantheon. He went 7 rolled down. And so yeah, 3-unit win for him. That's really nice. Multiply does need to start winning.
So this is a little bit of an interesting one here. The number 1 ranked player in OCE, Jose Paulo, who I'm going to give a bit of a shout out to here, typically plays a little bit of a style where instead of just straight up going for redeemed, they just play A-bomb, having a squid carry in there as well. just for the sake of just getting in a little bit of extra burst power, because a lot of the other units don't really support it. You know, sometimes you don't hit Draconic. And as we see here, the 4 Spellweaver, 4 A-Bomb combo with a nice little redeemed in there just to boot it's a little bit of a stylistic choice that you see a lot of players make. But I mean, hey, sometimes you've got great AP items to put on a unit, but you just don't really have something going on. And Squid is one of those units that doesn't really require all of its traits to be the best it can be, right? Like, it doesn't need Spellweaver, it doesn't require it. It doesn't really need Redeemed, even though it is very nice to have on it. So it's just a great overall carrier of these items.
Well, it's kind of like a trade-off here, isn't it, Frosty? Because instead of getting those redeemed AP buffs that you get from that, he's kind of traded it out there for the Spellweaver buffs. He's still got the 3 redeemed in there. You know, so it's just kind of like, you know, swapping one for the other, really, in terms of how much damage it can put out.
Yeah, I'd say so. And look, there's definitely some push-pull when it comes to these sorts of things. You know, there's choices that you make when it comes down to it, and, you know, I mean, sure, you've got different choices as to what you can put in and slot in, but, I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about playing Abomination, is that you've got so many different choices as to what you want to make your carry.
I love this board. 4 Spellweaver, 4 A-Bomb, even there's a 3 redeemed plugged in there with the Spat. I actually really like this board. I'd be surprised if he, like, hard pivots into 6 redeemed from here. It just depends what he values in the late game. Like, how does he cap as strongly as he can here?
Yeah, it seems like a pretty hard pivot back to redeem, considering he's already slammed some of those A-Bomb items. You know, he's got the Runeans, I guess the Warmugs is, you know, it's okay on Big Boy Scion, but either way, yeah, the 2 spatulas have given us a pretty spicy comp here to start off with in game 1.
Yeah, it would look so. And that's it. Teemo's dad out in 8th there. Looks like the Hellion reroll just not really paying off for him. They're unfortunate. I would be surprised if we didn't see a Shojin's coming out from Fortune Chosen here, trying to prioritize finally getting some good Squid items. You know, even picking up that Spectral Spirit Shojin allows you to still get your casts off a lot more reliably than the regular one, even while you're dealing slightly less damage. So I'd say this is a really solid pickup.
Yeah, I feel like that 15% damage reduction on the Spectral Spear is very often worth the massive 14 extra mana you're getting per auto. Considering he doesn't have Invoker in yet, so he hasn't got that to help the Squid out in terms of, you know, maxing out that mana generation. So, yeah, okay. No, as I say it, of course, Ivern slapped onto the table.
Yeah, it looks like he took your advice, put in the Invoker. I wasn't sure if he's maybe going to put in Lux over the Syndra, because like you said, he didn't have Invoker in. That would have given him Mystic, but he just went, okay, I'm just going to level and put in Invoker. So, yeah, his board's really strong right now. Just got to build up his economy again. Interesting to see if he can get this Lux in, but this board's looking really strong right now.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen from Fortune Chosen a lot, is just these little micro movements just to try to get the most out of the positioning battles. And that's one thing that I've been really impressed with over the past few days when we've chosen to spectate him, is just every single fight is just constant scouting, looking around, seeing where you need to position the Squid, because it is such a heavy reliance on getting these angles.
Yeah, he's got a lot of APM, doesn't he, when he's out there scouting, when he's trying to work out where to best place all these units. And unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him this time. I think one of the things that Squid struggles with, honestly, in these high-level lobbies is people do know how to play around it. And maybe they're not with 7 people left in the lobby, but it can be kind of easy if you've got one of those tanky units. You've got a Rel or a Garen perhaps there with a couple of items on it. It can be easy to just kind of cheese them in the middle. And then create a bit of havoc for where the Squid is casting and not getting all of that damage off. And as we see in that last one, even with the Spectral Spear of Shojin, only got about 1.5 casts off there, and that wasn't enough to get him through.
But as we come into the fight against Multiply here, the Squid just manages to absolutely destroy the backline, and that's, unfortunately, that is just sometimes the way that the Bulldozer comp works is, you know, sometimes your Varus gets sniped off there and you don't really get to play the game in the majority of it, but I mean, from what we saw last time, Multiply didn't have a lot of gold when we were spectating them, had just rolled down to level 7. It is now back up at a solid 50 and looks to be potentially trying to slow roll into some of these later game units.
Yeah, so still on level 7. We just saw that he'd lost his win streak there against Fortune Chosen. So despite that struggle he had going early on, has stabilized for a little while now. So he's still got 25 health going into Raptors. The double Warmogs, 1 plus the Shadow there on the Pantheon, not too bad either. What else does he need to really cap out his board here, Creams?
Interesting what he does here. So he's going to invest 50 gold in his board. Does he value this Jack's pair? Looking forward to see how he caps his board out, because obviously he chose not to go for the Varus 3, but it does find the Pantheon pair and a Garen. I like this board. Not sure what else he's looking for here. Maybe, I guess Jax 2 would cap his board. Maybe gets the Lulu in as well. Looking for these Mystic units. Does sell the Mystics. Okay, doesn't really value that here. Yeah, the Pantheon 2 is actually a big spike, and the Garen also helps in that Redeem matchup, so definitely got a bit stronger there.
And it's kind of tough here, because I feel like Bulldozer is one of those boards where, you're kind of relying a little bit on the units sometimes not being quite as contested and rolling down a bit earlier to hopefully get that Varus 3 or the Pantheon 3. And because of those woes finding Pantheon early and how much gold it took him to do that, and not able to put himself in that spot. And now we just see, the composition starting to fall off a little bit here in the 5th stage. She's got the Bloodthirster, which is, I'm pretty sure, a best in slot on Pantheon in this composition, not only because he starts healing himself up. You can see he's actually left the Redemption on the Aatrox here, which is interesting, because I believe usually that goes on the Pantheon. Usually you might have, say, Warmog's Redemption Bloodthirster, but he's, what do you think about leaving that on the Aatrox for the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's not exactly optimal, that's for sure. The one thing that Multiplier is really looking for here is a rel. That's why he's still got this Aatrox in for the time being, and why we're seeing all of this holding onto Ironclad units. As we move into Gym Jam here, we see that if you look around, the lobby is fairly AD dependent at the moment, So getting in those Ironclads is going to be absolutely brilliant.
Well, he absolutely demolishes Gym Jam there. I think that was a big crit ult there from Varus that pretty much just wiped the front line off the face of the Rift here. So, maybe still some spice in the composition from Multiply, but he's got some health to catch up. As you look at the top of the lobby there, you can see there's at least 4 players looking pretty healthy there with a couple of lives. It's 17. Multiply might just have 2 left, but not really much money to make it through. You can see that, so just still looking for that rel and hoping he can hit for the extra Ironclad. As you say, might be the tech he needs there to save himself from this lobby. But Aatrox 2 at this point of the game just really seems like its time has come and gone.
Bit of a wet noodle, unfortunately. Bit of a good carry in the later game, but in the earlier game, but for the time being here, it's not the greatest. But as we get to see here, the Pantheon's not really coming out to play for the time being. It's being consistently stunned up, and I mean, again, this is perhaps one of the weaknesses of the composition, is that when nothing comes together, you can find yourself taking a lot of damage as Multiply barely holds on at 1 health. Fortune Chosen and the other person who was spectating also out. Unfortunate as well, because there's an Abomination spat which would have been perfect for them.
Yeah, that 5 A-bomb. Big spike, but not to be. Just couldn't survive the extra round to get through there. Would have had first pick, but no such luck. Multiply. Well, at least he survived, but for how long is the real question.
Yeah, it's looking like a top 6 here. Chubby Bunny ahead of him, a bit too strong. He's win streaking. And he's also like 30 HP behind the middle of the pack there. So it's looking like a top 6 here, which is, I think, fair considering how slow he spiked this game. Took him a long time to find Pantheon. Hasn't found Rel yet. Just hasn't spiked in a timely manner. And like you said, he still has his Aatrox on the field, which is tragic. Just looking like a top 6 here. But I think he just has to go next in this situation.
Okay, well, he's going to cheese the Shroud at the very least. Oh, yeah, okay. Gets the Rel. That might help. At least he rolled an extra Redemption on top of his Taric. So that's some bonus healing there to try and get through. And it might actually be enough to push out the win here against Nine.
Everything finally came together in this fight here. The Varus didn't get picked off. The Pantheon got to play, even though there was a blue buff Rise on the other side of the field there. It didn't really get to activate the trap card soon enough, so looks like Multiplier is just going to be living one more round, and you know, sometimes that's all you got to think about is just trying to cheese out just one more round here. So in Multiplier's position, what I really want to see is some great Shroud positioning, just like we're seeing right now, is scouting around the board, trying to look for the optimal Shroud placement to cover as many different boards as possible here. He's going to choose left side.
Okay, let's see if that works. Does he get the Karma? Yes, gets the Karma and the Ivern. Nice pick up there. So the scouting works out for him. But the Varus in the back line under a bit of pressure. And yes, the Nidalee stacks with the Guinsoo's, the Hodge, and the Sunfire cape there. Unfortunately, he's going to end Multiplier's run in 6. Oh, Fortune Chosen. Giving some love. Unfortunately, didn't have too much of it himself this game. But okay, let's have a look, see what these guys grab from Dragon. Legionnaire spat. I feel like you were very, very rarely happy to see that.
Well, it's a extra little bonus, you know. You can't complain all too much, honestly. Every little bit may end up winning you a fight. And if it just ends up synergizing with your board, then, well, so be it. Just looking around the board, we've actually got a fairly decent selection between all the different compositions that everyone's playing here. So we're having a look, see, we got Chunga, who's playing what I'd consider his signature Forgotten board, but Jim Jam over there playing Rangers. Something that we don't usually see an awful lot, but has been having quite a lot of success here throughout the past 2 weekends.
Yeah, so just looking at our stats sheet, it's only been played 6 times here, as opposed to, say, something like Forgotten, which was played 30 times, but out of those 6 times, 5 of those boards made top 4. So, you know, if you find yourself in that position, seems to be doing pretty well.
Absolutely. Now moving into a fight against Angora here. All the Rangers nice and clumped up for this Karma, but it's really a question on whether Karma can live through all this extra AoE damage, and it's not really even that close when you've got your Aphelios and your Ashe with the Runaans just blasting through the backline there. That's perhaps one of the strongest bit about the Rangers comp in of itself is just how flexible it is. You know, you can end up playing 3-4 Mystic, you know, playing the AP, or you can end up playing Ironclad just to deal with all the AD or anything of the sort. It just really relies on that 4 Ranger base and then the flexibility around it.
Yeah, Kindred is what turns a lot of people off that comp. You know, you do have to go away. You have to find Kindreds in a safe manner. Whenever you rely on hitting a legendary, that can always turn sour. So I can understand why some people turned off the comp, whereas a lot of mid-game comps running around as well. But yeah, we're in top 4 situation. Chunga did go 9, looking pretty strong. In fact, this whole lobby is just looking really scary at the moment.
Yeah, double Garens. Got Viego's here with the QSS. Definitely a good item on him. So look if he can grab one of those carries at the start. Unfortunately, just taking too much damage. The disable's not the problem. It's staying alive. So Chunga, who is looking to take out this battle as Fortune Chosen, still showcasing his micro here. Even as we're watching these last couple of battles going down. But now it's the top 3, Jim Jam, Angora, and Chubby Bunny left over.
So funny little thing that happened there. So it looks like Jim Jam was trying to position to try to go up against Chubby Bunny, I believe, who has that Team O2 star, which could be absolutely devastating to a huge clump of Rangers there. So instead tries to, you know, split them all out, make sure that not all of them can get AoE down by that attack speed slow. but instead runs into Chunga, but still wipes the floor with him anyway, as you do, right? It's just that strong, and that just goes to show you the power of the late game Rangers board here, where you just really get to outclass your opponent's just better units.
Well, we see the back line here. Ash trying to deal with the Nidalee. Does actually manage to before getting blown up by the Karma, but the double Warmogs Garen is a damn tanky unit, and that will see Chubby Bunny with another win.
Yeah, what a close
that?
lobby this has become. Looks like Chubby Bunny, no one can beat him at the moment. He's still win streaking. Can someone beat this Teemo too? His board is looking extremely capped. Looking forward to seeing how this game plays out.
As we move into these final little bits here, looks like players just trying to find that Garen 2. More often than not, you'll see a lot of players just sticking with 8, trying to go 9, and the current meta is for players who have really hit it off early and, you know, got a good streak going. But for the meantime, it looks like only Jim Jam has really got that capability, but just hitting that 2-star Garen is so massive here, as we see that there are 3 legendary units at 2-star. They've got a Kindred 2, a Garen 2, and a Teemo 2. That board is looking stacked.
Oh man, and not only that, but it was the Garen he got off the carousel with the Revenant spat on it, which means he's moving up to Revenant 3, which is quite the upgrade there, especially when you consider how much other staying power Garen has. Karma decides she's the better invoker and is going to be putting out too much damage for the Teemo to stay alive there. So that's going to be Chubby Bunny out. Now we're down to the final 2. Jim Jam v Angora here in game 1. We've got Angora loving the Dawnbringers there with Decap Jewel Gauntlet, blue buff Karma. Pretty good. The front line also quite nice. Only the level 1 Garen, but fantastic items. And then going up against that other board. Who do we think has what it takes to take out game 1 here, guys?
This Ranger comp is looking really scary. He has a Trap Claw now, so it's going to be very hard for that Karma to kill it. It also has 4 Mystics. I'm going to back the Ranger comp here.
What about you, Frosty?
I would have to say that it really just depends on where this Karma goes, but as we see the really nice positioning from Jim Jam here, prioritizing actually clumping up here so that the Karma will get hit by the Trap Claw, but it looks like the Trap Claw doesn't actually go off on the Karma, and the Karma is just going to be free hitting into a huge clump here, so we'll see whether the Rangers can get it done, but it looks like the Rangers are just too strong, melting that front line, and looks like Jim Jam will be taking down game number 1 with a stacked Rangers comp.
Oh, okay. Good. Good prediction there by Creams. Nice way to finish off the first game. And Rangers, a composition that we said, was looking pretty good. It hadn't been run that much, but when it was coming out, it was really getting the work done. So, look, anything else you guys want to note here before we head into our first break?
I'm sure I'll just say that I was really nice of Jim Jam to identify a strong start there and then head into the mid game with the idea of trying to head towards this Ash composition here. We've seen a lot of people tend to focus on Aphelios for the most part, but we've been seeing a lot of people start to force a Draconic start, hit an Ash 3, and then pivot into the Rangers style there. And I really enjoy that sort of a style there because you get all the extra gold that you need out of it. You're able to transition safely into the later game with a decently strong board.
Yeah, I just enjoyed like the flexibility of the comps we saw. We saw Hellions, we saw Abomination, a little bit of Dawnbringer, Aphelios, a little bit of Vertical Redeemed. Obviously, Chubby had sort of that legendary comp, Teemo 2. So really looking forward to seeing, what comps people go towards in the next game.
Yeah, the players at least not stepping on each other's toes too much, and as a result, getting some nice variety there in game 1. All right, guys, we'll head to a quick break now, but we've got 4 games still to determine who's going into the finals at the end of set 5.5, as well as who picks up the $4,500 cash tonight. See you in a sec. Welcome back. It's game 2 here for Oceania's TFT Reckoning mid-set invitational. We're trying to work out who's got the best handle on the first half of set 5 here. Guys, who do you think it's been so far?
So hard to say, honestly. A lot of players have been playing really well. It's been actually quite refreshing to see just everyone have different play styles and really play to their strengths throughout most of it. But if I had to put a name to it, I mean, because that's what it's all about here, right? Is you can't just get away with just trying to pass it off, just giving the easy answer here. Oh, I mean, I could play it safe. I could say Chunga because everyone says Chunga in this spot. Or I could go with something a little bit more spicy here. So if I had to put a name, you know what?
Frosty.
You know what? I'm going to say Angora. I'm going to say Angora has been playing very solidly. He's been very consistent over the past few days. Hasn't been taking too many bot 4s or anything of the such. It's just overall played extremely solidly. Hasn't really stood out too much. Hasn't really been topping the lobbies. But hasn't been losing either. And that's exactly what you need to do here.
Yeah, you need to be consistent over these 5 games. There's 2 reasons you're going to want to do that. One is because you don't want to be in that bottom 8. Because they get chopped off and you will not be playing in that finals. You will not have a chance to go to Worlds in set 5. And the second one is you don't want to be, you really want to be in the top 8 because then you got a chance to walk home with some money today. We've got $4,500 on the line as well. Kareems, who do you think is going to be in with a big chance to take that home? Just having a look, by the way, actually, we'll just say quickly for everyone in chat there, I think it's exclamation scores you can put into the chat. Someone will be doing it shortly, I'm sure. And that way, you guys can have a look at the scoreboard yourself while the day is going on. If you were looking at it right now, of course, you'd be seeing that it was Jim Jam, Dawnglade, and Gauges that took out the number 1 spot in the first 3 lobbies. But Kareems, is it one of those 3 that's, you feel like would be taking home the, $1,000 or something like that for first prize today? Or is there someone else who's caught your eye?
Dawnglade is my favorite player in this tournament.
Okay.
I'm a little fan here. Hope he does well. He won the first lobby, by the sounds of it. So hopefully we get to see him do well in this tournament and make it to regionals.
Okay, well, there you go. Favorite pick. I think we will be into game 2 very shortly. I was really excited by what we saw there in the first game. We saw the Bulldozer come out. Unfortunately, as we saw, it was an awful run to try and grab the units you needed. And sometimes that's just how it rolls. But here we go. First carousel of the game here, and we've got a couple of really good players here. So we've got Escher, who picked up a 2nd place there in the first game tonight. Creamy, unfortunately, had a last place. Perfect Slumbers, who was a late inclusion, and by that I mean he turned up really late. But luckily we've got him here with us, so he still gets a chance. And then Gauges as well. Someone we just talked about picking up a 1st place. So a couple of big names here, a couple of people who definitely have a chance to keep the streak going tonight and make their way towards that top 8. But it's going to be Cheesy, who we're going to be having a gander at first.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Perfect Slumbers decided not to sleep in here. He's really a player not to sleep on, that's for sure. Overall, we saw him yesterday doing extremely well, and yes, I did have to hit you all with that pun there. Overall, we saw him doing extremely well yesterday, but as we go through a few of the little parts here, I just wanted to talk about a carousel selection. Uncle Chubby, as he likes to be referred to, Chubby Bunny, picked up the bow, and Uncle Chubby has been known to be a little bit of a Yasuo enthusiast, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for it this game. Bow start's typically one of those things that we see players try to focus on going if you're trying to force for a Yasuo there. And I was talking to Creamy as well, and Creamy also loves his Yasuo, but I was talking to him and he said he's a changed man and to look out for him today, so I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out for this final few games.
Yeah, I mean, looking across day 3, he only picked up Yasuo once. Creamy, that is, of course. Let's have a look. Cheesy also picked up Yasuo once. Actually went Dawnbringer the other 4 games to some varying success. But yeah, here's Creamy. Played a bit of Forgotten. We actually had a Rangers comp from him, and we did pick up Redeemed. Unfortunately, the fast 8. But look at that. The early Yasuo there. Unfortunately, not so much the items for it.
Yeah, is he really changed, man? Is he going to sell this unit? We'll see. He has some pretty good, some good scam items here. Interesting to see how he develops his board here.
Well, I mean, you know, a Yasuo on bench is worth 3 gold on board there, so I'm not quite sure how the saying goes. It doesn't really matter, but I mean, you know, when they find a composition that they really love, you know, they'll go into hell and beyond to try to find a way to try to play it here. It will be interesting to see whether he does try to go for it, though. I would put my bets on no, but that's only because I have faith in Creamy trying to do the right thing here.
Yeah, he has no items for it, no bows, no rod, anything. I wouldn't expect him to play it in this spot. There we go, he sold it, he is a change man, I like it. Will he make 10 or will he push a level here? I feel like he can potentially win streak with this board. Slams double items here, so he's definitely going to go for a win streak now. Maybe gets a Nightbringer in now. Really like this play. No pairs on the board, but he's going to play aggressive into this carousel.
Yeah, aggressive is one word for that, huh? The Bloodthirster and the Shadow Zeeks. That's quite the combo. I mean, do you think he will be using that to try and, you know, to place on a Jax later? It feels like they're kind of Jax items. You know, Dark Zeeks isn't necessarily what you see on Jax most often, but the fact that he's got, you know, the early Lee Sin and he's starting to pick up the cannons, is that where he's headed?
Well, funnily enough, these items actually do quite well in quite a few compositions. You see that, I mean, Creamy's holding onto Warwick's and Vayne here, so, I mean, you know, putting these items onto something like a Draven, also a possibility. The chance to go for Nocturne as well, you know, Bloodthirster, not exactly the best Nocturne item, but you could still make it work, especially with a bleak start here. So, I mean, the world is his oyster from this point on.
Okay. Many paths ahead here for Creamy, and at least he started off with a couple of wins under his belt. Thinking hard about this, Leona, or is he? Okay, he takes it. Does that mean anything to you?
I mean,
yeah, he might just full level here. Will he go 5 here? Well, yes, he does. He goes level 5 at 2-3. Interesting play. Gets a level 2 Leona. I'm not sure if that's worth it, to be honest. But, you know, he's a lot stronger with that frontline in, so really just playing aggressive, looking for that win streak and looking to get to Jax as soon as possible by the looks of it. Sold his Forgotten units. Looking like a Jax game here.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't use the Zeeks on the Leona, which is, I guess he's just a little bit too late there in that decision to make that. But it's not gonna make a difference, of course. I mean, he's level 5 at 2-3 for God's sakes. Personally, I hate those people. You know, you get there like a great start. You're like, there's no chance I'm losing my streak before Carousel. I'm going straight into Krugs. Then you rock up against someone who's level 5 at 2-3, and you just curse the world.
Well, I press F a lot, so I like this play. Everyone knows me. Knows I'm like level 7 at 3-1, whereas level 3-2. Yeah, looking at Escher now, looks like he might go for this 3 gold tier, not bad. I haven't seen his board yet. Looks like he had a Morello and some Knights in. Maybe? Oh, looks like he wants to play Forgotten. He has that Thresh too, has a blue buff now. Also has Morello for Rise potentially, so maybe looking to play Forgotten this game.
Yeah, with the more evil Nomicon as well.
Yeah. Looking like I'm alone in the Depressers Club here in this chat, but it's okay. Look, I'll get over it in my spare time here. We've got more important things to focus on. Really, there's a lot of choices here. You know, I see Escher is holding on to these Kleds here, and this could be indicative that there's one of two things going on here. Number one is, and the more likely option is that he's probably just looking at Hellions for his level 5 here. But another choice that he might be trying to think of here is, well, is he going to try to go into something like a Pony reroll? Because, you know, more evil Anomicon does work well. He's got the Victor with a blue buff on it already, or the potential to be a blue buff, or an Archangel stuff here. He's got a lot of options, really.
Yeah, it looks like he's waiting to see if he wins the combat, and then we'll decide. You know, one of those hovers where you're like, well, if I don't need to slam it, I'll just give myself the options later. And looks like he's gonna be okay. The cannon gets the extra cast off, and surely with the burn, that's gonna be enough.
Barely buying enough time for that Victor to get a cast off here.
Ooh,
And this will be the big
okay.
tell here. Does he choose to pick up the Hecarim and the Sejuani over everything else? Oh, I think that he's eyeing it up here. He's definitely gonna, he's gonna have a look-see. I don't think it's 100% going to be. He's definitely going for a pony reroll here because he is scouting around the bottom. And it looks like there are a few other players that might have the components for it. So it'll be a wait and see moment more than anything else.
I mean, just having a look at our stat sheet and how those cavalry roll compositions have done so far, out of 7 people who played them, 2 people got to top 4, and those 2 people both won. So it does seem to be a very kind of first or 8th composition there. You're hitting the 3 stars, the golden units, you're going to be doing okay, and if you're not, there might be some trouble in your future.
Yeah, big surprise here though is that Chubby has a Yasuo on his bench, and it's not on the board. He's got a bow, and he doesn't have it on the board here. I'm so confused. Everything that I was told, it's a lie. But in reality here, it's more just he's got a board that is stronger without the Yasuo, so it's probably going to end up playing it that way. So we move over to TXE here, who also, funnily enough, looks to be in a pretty decent position to play said Yasuo.
Okay, do you think he will continue to try and run the Yasuo very... I thought that Yasuo had pretty specific items, and it doesn't look like that's what they've got on the Yasuo right now. Are you guys seeing a pivot somewhere, Kareems?
I'm feeling more of a skirmisher from this spot. I don't think Yas, with these items, like you said, is worth going for a 3-star. Maybe towards the Jax. I'm not a huge fan of GA Jax. I know some people like it. I'm personally not a huge fan, but definitely could be a skirm angle. Also, I found the Mord as well. That 2% more. That is quite a pickup. So he can play Yas. He can play skirmish. It's interesting to see what direction he goes for.
Well, look, in my eyes, personally, Yasuo is item specific, but isn't, right? You can play with perfect items, and it does make it very strong, but you don't need it, right? You can just get away with just playing, an RSC or a Hurricane, plus a lot of other stuff here, as we see Uncle Chubby here is more than likely also playing Yasuo as well. And that's one of the interesting situations you'll find yourself in, is that Yasuo doesn't need to be 3-star to be played successfully. Sure, it pays off a lot to have it, but sometimes you're not going to be able to hit it when another person in the lobby has got them going there. So, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see either a pivot out, or, I'd say keep on going, see how far you can go with it.
Oh, and interestingly, we saw him going up against Chubby Bunny there, who had the same items on his Yasuo. He had the Hand of Vengeance and had the GA as well. So who knows? Has there been a hidden meta shift over the last week that we've missed, or perhaps are these two just making the best of what they can with what they've got, and heading into that tried and true direction with the Yasuo there, where I think you usually end up with something like 4 Nightbringers, 4 Dragon Slayers, and a couple of other traits to help you out.
Look at this. Draven at 3-2 has 6 Forgotten. Didn't have to invest too much money into this roll down. He's on a 6 loss streak, but this spot is looking really nice at the moment. Really, really nice. I like it.
Yeah, I think you'd have a pretty cheesy grin on your face after grabbing that early and having the...
no.
Oh, God, don't give me that. You've been doing it all night, Frosty. Don't give me that reaction.
What have you done? You've changed
You know
it.
exactly what I've done.
Yep.
Changed it for the better.
Well, Draven spinning his axes, and he's just going to get through the Mordekaiser there before his big shield comes online, but unfortunately, level 1 Vladimir is no match for Yasuo 2. Okay, so we've had the 3-2 armory. You can see Cheesy even wondering if you should slam further and put a locket down, but I don't know, on a Forgotten board, you don't tend to have that many frontline units, and not sure if I'd be advising that one myself. Ooh, picking up a nice couple of Hecarims here, and actually, there we go. Katarina 2 now online. And with the 7 loss streak here for Cheesy, surely with this Draven, he's going to be out of that soon.
Yeah, one would hope. Really interesting to note is, I mean, personally, I don't love the roll down here. I feel like, unfortunately, you took a loss there, right? But I feel like your board is very strong here, and you may be on a 7-loss streak. That was a good loss. You know, you managed to keep going 3 gold there. And as we see, this board absolutely dominates the competition against Reverse Ingots here, who looks to be going for a similar comp. But it feels like, what did we see as a power spike there? We saw a Katarina to be hit. And that was it. We wasted, 20 gold just to find a Katarina 2, and it felt a little bit excessive, honestly.
Yeah, it's not like he really had the chance to hit like a Draven 2 or something that was going to be a serious power spike there. Sure, Katsu's okay, but she's also got the Dark Blue buff, which I'm assuming he wants to push over to the Rise later. And as a result, your Cat 2, is really only a stopgap.
But these are the sorts of things that, I mean, players look at and they say, I cannot hold this board for this long of a time without getting an upgrade here. And that's just one of the tough parts about playing TFT is sometimes you got to try to make these calls where it's not clear on whether you're going to be able to stabilize with what you've got. And a Cheesy looks at that board and says, I have not stabilized quite yet. I need to keep rolling. So it's very tough, especially in these high pressure situations that one can find yourself in.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a bit of a panic roll down. He rolled at 3-2, he felt stable, then he lost at 3-2, but like you said, 1 unit, which was a good loss, and then he just randomly rolled 20 gold for a Cat. I don't agree with that. I agree, Frosty. I think you just push 7 here and just play towards your win condition, which is Draven 2 Rise, things like that. So I definitely agree with that.
Okay, bit of a chiding from the bench here. He has managed to pick up a Shadow Cloak, and he was mousing over potentially giving that the pony there a what was that, Shadow Gargoyles or a Shadow Ionic Spark. Is there one of those you think could be worth slamming there?
I think you wait and see the rest of your items. Like something like a Lotus would be nice. He does want a frontline item, like by 4-1, I think. Definitely needs his Hecarim to be a bit more tanky. But yeah, I would definitely wait 1 turn to see what you get. What items you hit. So
yeah,
I think he's in a spot where he can wait, and he's still like Frosty said, he's really strong. They need to slam here.
60 health, not too bad, and I guess does have the potential of also becoming like a Runins or maybe even a Shadow Gwinsus for the Draven to help pump them up to unbearable levels. So yeah, maybe worth the wait this time.
It's like Creamy on the other side here. It's got a bit of a tech going on here. It's got the Draven going on, but not playing Forgotten for the time being. Runs into Cheesy's board here, and it looks like the 6 Forgotten power spike is just too much for them to be able to deal with. But really interesting board that Creamy is rocking at the moment there. It doesn't really look like there's a whole bunch of direction. Only really has a Draven with great items on it, but not a whole lot else.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed from early on like he was potentially going for some sort of Legionnaire board, which I'm not sure you see all that often at high levels. Do you think there's any merit in trying to push the Legionnaire vertical?
Unfortunately, the Legionnaire vertical doesn't lend itself to having necessarily the best front line. It's a very one-dimensional sort of composition, really relying on Draven for that ranged damage. And I mean, we don't really talk about the types of damage that people are pumping out. Usually it's about just how much damage can something do. But when your composition relies so heavily in going into melee range, especially in this sort of a meta, where you've got things like Rel, like Garen, that can really punish these front lines that you'll see a lot of people going for, trying to play something like a Legionnaire's comp can lend itself to be fairly problematic.
Well, just briefly, almost finds a Jax 2 there, but of course that doesn't really fit into his composition here with Forgotten. Draven needs to be the star of the show with the items he's got, with the direction he's already committed himself to in game 2 here in our mid-set invitational finals. So another win here means he's now on a nice solid 4-win streak. So yeah, despite that loss at the start of stage 3 there, the Draven has managed to carry him further, and hopefully will be able to keep going on that until he finds the Draven 2 and really picks up. Ooh, some nice items here. What would you guys be grabbing from this? The Shadow Bow, potentially, or looking for something else?
Yeah, I like the bow here. It gives him the 4th shadow item. It opens up Hurricane. Maybe a Rage Blade. I doubt that though, but interesting to see what he goes for. That tier might... Oh no, I don't think it's 7 tier. I think it's bow here. That's what I would take.
Yeah, I mean, he already has the very dark blue buff, which I would have thought is
yeah,
the
maybe
main
he just wants a
reason you'd
sword
want
item.
that.
Values the Warmogs instead. I don't
Whoa.
mind that. Just get the frontline item going and maybe just play towards a sword item instead, rather than having like 3 attack speed items. Just go for like maybe a Bloodthirster or something on the carousel. I'm just really interested to see what he goes for on the carousel, actually.
What do you think about this, Frosty? Because, I mean, yeah, he could have fully stacked out the Draven in one of 2 ways there. And he had a couple of extra Hecarim's on the board previously, but actually sold them. So, is he going to be getting as much value out of these frontline items that he's just slammed on the Hecarim?
Absolutely. I'd say that, in fact, the prioritization on having a frontline item when you've already got so many good backline items there on the Draven is your number 1 priority in a composition that doesn't exactly run a lot of tank stats. I mean, Forgotten is inherently a very aggressive trait. It's a lot of extra AP and AD on your units there, but kind of doesn't pack a lot of anything else there. So I love just getting a nice solid frontline for your Draven to be able to continuously hit away, especially on some of the tankier targets.
Okay, so as we switch over to Creamy, we're having a look at someone who's really struggled to find direction throughout this game. He's now, it seems like he's trying to potentially move into a late game Ranger comp, as he had the items for probably a Draven, but they seem to also work pretty well on this Aphelios, who now has himself a bit of a backline and a bit of a front line as well. So a balanced comp and some good items here on the Aphelios. Do you guys see this stabilizing Creamy for the meantime?
I think it'll be okay for the rest of this stage, but I think he's going to hit a wall at stage 5. Like, until you hit Aphelios 2 and Kindred, it's really hard to cap with this board. But I think he'll be okay for for the short term. I just worry that this board at the moment can't win the lobby because he's stuck it with no money. It's going to be really hard to find Kindred, and you really do need that Kindred to cap this board out.
I mean, he's on 23 health. Is he even thinking about winning the lobby here? Or is he just thinking about trying to...
Yeah, maybe just play for the short term,
stake
play
it
for the
out.
top 6 and just go next. Let's just see how he manages his economy coming up to neutrals here.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you find yourself in a losing position here, trying to go for an Aphelios composition, not exactly going to work out. Aphelios 2 is a big pickup here, no doubt about it. The problem with this, though, is that you just don't have enough unit slots to try to get in everything that you want. No, Aphelios, while having great attack speed items here, maybe doesn't need the 4 Ranger this game, but, I mean, it's definitely something that you're more than likely looking towards more often than not. The problem is that you just don't have enough gold, right? Like, you've rolled down so much here, and then you got to try to find your most important unit, which is Kindred. It's really rough for Creamy from this spot onwards.
He actually prioritizes protecting the Morgana there and doesn't use all of the 3 slots available for the Banshee's Claw and the spell protection that gives him. The Real 2 does manage to get the cast off. Is that enough shields for Aphelios to get the extra couple of blows off he needs? A lot of guys are whacking away. The Bloodthirster, though, actually comes in clutch. And there we go. Is going to, all importantly, save that life with almost 10k damage from the Aphelios 2. The difference there is pretty big.
Yeah, breaks Charlie's win streak. That Aphelios 2 really did spike him enough. But like Frosty said, can he find a way to go out and find that Kindred? That's how he's going to top all this game. Luckily, it's only 1 fight until neutral, so maybe he can make a play where he gets to the Kindred bit. Breaks Chubby's win streak, so breaks his economy a little bit, but looks like Chubby is going to invest a lot of money into his board soon.
That's it. We got 2 Yasuo players in this lobby here, as we see TXE has chosen to not slam an RFC onto the Yasuo quite yet. It looks like TXT is going the opposite end of the spectrum here, where you see when you're being contested, you've either got two choices. You can either double down even harder and try to hold hands, or you can try to play for a little bit more of an economic route, try to be stronger by getting more units and putting in more levels. And it looks like TXE has recognized that Uncle Chubby has got more Yasuos and is in a better position to try to hit that Yasuo 3. So it's going the opposite end of it all, as you see there. So it's more than likely that both of these players will just recognize this, and more often than not, just try to go up to level 8 and be strong that way.
Yeah, they've both only got 3 Yasuos, so they are just going to play for tempo here. So if they're going to hold hands 1 and 2, potentially, and Creamy at the bottom would be crying, saying, I wish that was me, I should have stuck with my Yasuo, I should have changed. It's okay. See how these two play out the rest of this game.
Yo, Yasuo, another.
Oh, there is the RC
compositions.
you're talking about. So will he slam that now?
Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah.
2 bows. A 70 gold. Is he going to invest 50 gold into his board? Or is he going to play a bit slower?
Has the option coming off the back of neutrals there. I was just about to say that Yasuo has been a very consistent composition. You know, looking at 62% of top 4 when it has been played, and the 4th most played composition on day 3. So it's actually doing a pretty damn good job so far. So maybe these guys, you know, not necessarily looking for the win, not looking for that cap out on the Yasuo 3, but just happy to play it. Wow, TXE holding out even further for a potential 5-2 armory here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And so we talk a lot about RFC being important on Yasuo, but I think players have been coming to the discovery more often than not that the RFC can sometimes leave you a little bit vulnerable, and that just good positioning with Yasuo is in fact more important. So I think what TXE is trying to hold out for here is the potential of finding a cloak and trying to get a hurricane down here, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case for the time being. Instead chooses to level up to level 8, finds another Kale in the shop there. I almost had the potential to hit a Kale too, but Kale not one of those units that a lot of players tend to prioritize more often than not. I like this play from TXE here. You've got the same odds of hitting a Yasuo 3 that as you do at level 7 as you do at level 8. So just a really nice recognition. Puts the RFC on. There you go.
Yep, so unfortunately no armory for him, just leaves him with one of those hanging items. Oh, some nice rolls on the Trickster's gloves there. Gets both the sacrificial gauntlet and the sacrificial IE to make sure that Lee Sin is just critting whenever he puts his hand on the floor. Look at that, 6k.
Yeah, I thought we weren't watching Space Jammer right now, but that was a slammer jammer right there from the Lee Sin, dealing an absolutely massive amount of damage to the entire board. Goes to show you the power of Trickster's gloves there, just being able to really, you know, give you some good power spikes if you're able to hit the perfect items.
Okay, we've got a bit of a Legendaries comp coming out here. Is this what you guys would classify as the Legendaries comp here, where they're running the Heimerdinger, Teemo there with a couple of items, and then More Evil on the bear at the front there, not doing too badly either.
Looks like, Teemo's trying to cosplay as Karma. Looks like you want to play Karma, just haven't found obviously Gage says a Karma too here. But, he found Heimerdinger, he found Teemo, so maybe compare these units, which is obviously a little bit harder. He'll just maybe play towards these units a bit more.
Oof. Mushroom's doing big damage there. Unfortunately, not grabbing the main carry. And Karma survives. Nah, not going to have enough front line there to push out, or at least I don't think, unless... did have the Hextech Gunblade, so there was the chance that perhaps if, the hits were big enough, she could have survived there, but doesn't quite make it. Perfect Slumbers is going to be the first one to drop out here in Game 2.
Yeah, it looks like Escher's got the majority of the composition online for what you would consider the Legendaries comp. The Heimer, Ivan, the Volibear being the big 3 that you're trying to look for there. The really nice shell that they all provide each other and synergize really well. Ivan providing Renewer for your Heimerdinger, being able to get those casts off so much faster with such a large mana pool. And then the Volibear with the Revenant can sometimes fail to cast if it doesn't have that, that extra life and the additional dive that it gets from it. So, yeah, I'd say that this is almost online. The one thing that Esche is really lacking right now is a Garen. The Garen usually goes in place of the Gragas here, being this huge tank, being able to deal so much damage as well. So not quite there, but almost.
Ooh, okay, this Heimerdinger, and reminded he's got one on the bench as well, so close to getting a Heimer 2. We did talk earlier tonight about how big a power spike it can be if you get a Heimer 2 with 3 items, and there's some pretty special items there out of Vengeance to keep it going. And then the Crit Glove on top of the Rabadons means, oof, if that baby dragon had have stayed alive for just a second longer, it would have been, I reckon, almost over in one cast there for Reverse Ingots.
Yeah, but Reverse Ingots has got a Viego 2 here, and this board is looking really stacked. Esche's almost going down in one shot. The Shadow Blue buff Rise just dealing an absolutely massive amount of damage towards the board of Esche, preventing him from dealing too much because the baby dragon got killed, and then Heimerdinger had to make another one, and then the baby dragon got killed again, and then Heimerdinger had to make another one, and by that point the fight's already over.
A little bit unlucky, perhaps. Just maybe needed that little bit extra front line that a Garen could have afforded him, but unfortunately, even with all the other hits, hasn't managed to find that crucial frontline piece just yet.
And it looks like we were spectating Creamy before, who was on a little bit of a tear earlier, but didn't really hit their stride, but is now on a win streak. So it looks like hitting that Aphelios 2 has been a big spike, but this is Esche's potential last life coming into the board of TXC here, who is rocking that Yasuo composition, and the baby dragon dealing a ton of damage, but the board from TXC is just too tanky. This Mordekaiser just too much, and Esche is going to find themselves going out in 6th here, Gages in 7th. Creamy is still on a win streak. Creamy's on a tear.
Here I was thinking that the board was so clumped up it was really going to favor Esche, but no, as you say, just a little bit too tanky, and even with the 100% health, more evil Nomicon burn on top of the baby dragon cast, it's not enough. I think we just saw Reverse Ingots get a 2-star Garen there, so that's where they've all been going.
Yeah. And that's a really scary composition here, especially when you consider that the dragon is giving out 3 items here, so any additional carries that you may get are just becoming that much scarier. And there's
the Kindred, huge.
That's so big!
Huge. You can actually win the lobby now. I like it. Okay, Creamy, I believe. I believe in the change, man.
Cream is a changed man, what can I say? Instead of not hitting, has just decided that it is in fact time to hit. I mean, we tend to gloss over what makes Kindred so important, but the fact is that
and 4 Mystic.
being able to get in 4 Mystic, 4 Ranger is such a big deal, because you never want to play a Vayne. Vayne is not where the money's at for the most part, and you see Creamy just doling out the items here, trying to spread out as much as possible here, and we just really need to see this Yasuo, this Aphelios doing magic here, as the Yasuo being able to target down the Aphelios here is trying to do as much work as possible, but another big Kindred ult, but the stun goes off from the Morgana there onto the Aphelios, and it looks like Creamy is going to be down to potentially 1 life here, yes.
Yeah, just 2 health left on the board. He was trying to ram those items in, and I think it was actually the Diana that was potentially the MVP there for his opponent, because they had double redemption on the Lulu right next to the Aphelios, and just pulled them out of contention. Means that extra healing wasn't going across to Aphelios, and even though he had the Nightbringer shield, he had Bloodthirster shield, he had 2 Kindred ults trying to keep him alive, it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, did manage to top 4 though. We weren't sure how he was going to go into stage 5, but did win streak stage 5. Finally took a loss though, but did manage a top 4, so still in a pretty good spot. Maybe if he can position the Shroud, he can start pushing the higher ranks. Does hit this Viego too with the Shroud. And it's a really nice Shroud, actually. This will be an interesting fight.
Yeah, but will it be enough is the problem. This board from Ingots is absolutely stacked here. Manages to snipe off the Viego. That's a big one here. But, I mean, there's also the Shadow Blue buff Rise as well. We've got to forget, as soon as that trap card's activated, and it looks like the trap card is a go-go here, managing to stun down that Kindred. It's just dealing so much here. And even though that the big stuns are coming out, it's gone. It's gone. And will it be enough to solo this Draven here? The items are so close from both the plays, and it's just not enough. Creamy goes out in 6 against the absolutely stacked board of Reverse Ingots.
Yeah, that Death Cap Draven, the tech, I love it. Interesting item selection. But yeah, TXC in 3rd place with this Yes right now. Also has a Shroud as well, so interesting to see if he can push and hold hands with Chubby Bunny here.
Yeah, it looks like for the most part, TXC is really close to this Yasuo here, and interestingly enough, is choosing to not spend money and just trying to prioritize positioning and trying to get a good Yasuo into potentially this Draven, but goes towards the Rel here, and this is one of the troubles, is that Rel is really good in towards the Yasuo, especially if you can't get the cast off. Great Diana all manages to hit the Draven here, but as you see, this Deathcap Draven, not something that we're usually used to seeing, is managing to be sniped off by a ZZ Rod of all things, but it looks like it's just not enough.
Oh, and the Void Spawn with the healing coming out there from the Shadow Hextech, unfortunately, isn't going to be the champion that TXE was hoping for. So he goes out in 3rd, and now we've got Reverse Ingots there with that big Draven, the Deathcap Draven, going up against Chubby Bunny. TXE graciously allows us to keep watching the lobby. And we have a look at Chubby Bunny's board now. So he was the other one going Yasuo, or the one who didn't decide to go with the RFC, but has managed to find a lot of different synergies there, pushing to 9, also allowing him to get Legionnaire and all those other ones in there.
Yes, a bit of a contest on that carousel for that Shadow Banshee's Claw. That would have protected Chubby Bunny against this Viego, but unfortunately it was denied, but he did pick up a normal Trap Claw, so interesting to see how he utilizes it. He's going to drop this Trap Claw mid-fight, so interesting to see which unit he prioritizes here to use this on. Tries to put on the Viego, but a bit too late there. Did not quite time it right, unfortunately.
Yeah, you got to be quick.
Yeah, you got to be
if you
quick
want to cheese those, right?
Looks like Trap Card was going off there, but looks like the Rise has gone down for the time being. And even though the stacked board looked really strong from Reverse Ingots going to be taking the first loss in a while there with this absolutely stacked Garen. It's hard to see exactly how he loses as well, but Chubby Bunny's just got so much raw power in all of these units. It's truly not a case of just the Yasuo being the carry here. It's every unit dealing damage from Chubby Bunny's board, and that's what makes it so scary.
Yeah, I mean, Trickster's Gloves on the... oh, actually, no, sorry, that was a different board, but this Lee Sin does have the more evil, so, damage coming out there. As you say, the Maud with that 4 Dragon Slayer buff also has an opportunity to do a lot of damage. It looks like this probably will be the final showdown here between Reverse Chubby and... Reversing it, and Chubby Bunny. Diana ult's going down there in the back line. This time, Viego doesn't get cut off, so he is able to convert some of these units. There, does grab a Pantheon, and it's going his way. Reverse Ingots is going to manage to take down Chubby Bunny there, and will walk away with a win for game 2. Nice job.
All right, guys. Deathblade Draven. I like that comp. I like the items. I love the tech. What a great win that was.
Yeah,
just goes to show you the power of the positioning there. I'm sorry, Genome. I had to say the power of the positioning of the Viego there, managing to dodge out to the side of the Draven managed to dodge out to the side of the Diana, which was really big for him, being that big damage dealer. And looks like the overall threats from Reverse Ingot's board was just too much for Chubby to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Now we're going to go into a break here, guys, but we are going to have a look at, we're going to have a chat to some of the players and find out what their worst more dogged moments were. So stick around for that while we wait for Game 3 to get underway.
So strong, like I had a pretty capped out redeem board, and I think I versed maybe 2 out of 6 players left that could beat me, and I took close to like 40 health in stage 5, and I was like, yeah, this is an easy top 4, and then I just got so unlucky versus the 2 strongest players. They just destroyed all my health. I ended up going 6. I was like, okay, that's enough TFT for today. Time to reset mental for tomorrow.
Oh, that's a tough one. There's like so many moments that just trigger me, and I like for me at least, when they trigger me, I just like erase them from my memory, because the longer it stays in my memory, the more it tilts me. But I'll tell you about a most recent one, I guess. It's not really tilting, but it's just rolling at 3-2. I full centered at 3-2 for 6 Forgotten. I didn't hit, and I went 8th.
Oh yeah. I think like on my run to Worlds in game 1, I took a 7th because of the cannon bug. Like, there was a bug where if your opponent has a cannon and you have a cannon, and your cannon casts his circle first, right? The moment the enemy cannon casts their circle, it'll cancel out your circle if they overlap. So I got more dogged by like a friend. Like, basically, I think I tried to position. It was karma. I tried to position my cannon because I saw his cannon to Mortdog him, but like he had 2 cannons, so his second cannon Mortdogged me back, and I was just like, I was so tilted because I ended up going 7th because of the bug. But it was like karma, right? Because I was trying to abuse the bug against him, and like it hit me back. You know? Yeah. It was game 1 as well. And I took a 7th. I was like, oh, it's doomed. I'm not going to Worlds. Oh my god, I just lost it. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're back and we're about to get into game 3. But first, we're going to have a look at the scores from the players so far tonight. As you can see, this is the bottom end of the scoreboard there. So we've got some players like Perfect Slumbers, who unfortunately are having a little bit of trouble there, only picking up a 7th and an 8th. And all the way up the other end, we've got 2 players pushing up the top contention for that money, contention going forwards to try and move into that top 16 for the
final tournament that will be happening later on in the year. That's Jim Jam and Angora. Now, Angora, I believe it was you, Kareems, who said you were the Angora fan.
No, that was Frosty. I said Dawn
Oh,
Blade,
damn it!
then he takes an 8. So the commentator's curse is real right now. But yeah, Angora was what Frosty mentioned, definitely one of the strongest flex players in this tournament.
Okay, well, Frosty, yeah, okay. Why do you love Angora? Because obviously he's doing pretty well right now. So sorry for getting you mixed up with our mad scientist there briefly.
No problems whatsoever, honestly. Angora's just been an extremely solid play here, has been playing TFT for quite a while at this point, and you see him just posting solid results. You check on the top of the ladder there, Angora's pretty much in there for the most part throughout the entirety of the set, and overall, just one of those players that doesn't have a difference when it comes to tournament play and ladder play as well. We've seen him be extremely consistent in the ladder play and the tournament play. And really, I feel like hasn't had a bad result in tournaments too often. It's more just a fact that just hasn't had that breakout success yet.
Well, tonight could be that for Angora. There's 5 games to play, and after 2, he's taken a first and a second. That's a pretty damn good start. So we will be having a look at his lobby here again in game 3 alongside some of the other familiar faces. Multiply, TXE, who we saw do not too badly there, picking up a 3rd last game. Admiration, who is having an okay night, sitting at 10 points right now. Anyway, as an assassin start. Is that what I'm seeing from this here on Creamy? Is that some serious direction there, Frosty?
It would look to be so. I mean, even choosing to sell off another Warwick there, trying to prioritize less into going into pairs and more into just potential power spikes here. And Nocturne is one of those big units that can provide a lot of direction there. So I wouldn't be surprised, if the armory is kind of creamy.
Yeah.
Definitely could be seeing Creamy going towards assassins here. And we haven't seen too much of it today, so that'd be a real treat. But a Vayne 2 being picked up here might be something to consider.
Yeah, I feel like, as you say, this is going to be all down to that armory, right? Like, if he gets a Shadow Belt or a Shadow Cloak there to give him, potentially the Runins or the Bleak Zeeks, that would be a massive, massive start there. But he is going to just slam that bow straight on this Vayne 2. I mean, you'd have to, of course, that's the stronger 2-1, but not necessarily the stronger route pushing into the late game.
Vayne being one of those really great units that can just provide a lot of sustain in the early game, a lot of sustained early damage, especially when paired with the Varus here. And really interesting to notice that Creamy's playstyle has been one that you'll see not a lot of players choose to do nowadays. It's almost become the norm at this point where a lot of players will choose to push that level 4, try to get better odds at their units. Creamy instead has been prioritizing getting a little bit of economy going here. And I mean, looking at this armory here, this is not really what Creamy wants to be seeing here. A Shadow Vest, not really what you're looking for in terms of offensive itemization, even, nor defensive, really. It doesn't really synergize all too well with what you've got going on here.
Yeah, I think, to put it lightly, that's just straight up not it. Not giving any options towards the Vayne reroll, which I think was probably one of the reasons why he wasn't pushing that level 4 there, nor the Nocturne, which he still had on the bench. So, yeah, look, bit of a rough one there after we thought there was some sweet options for him. Maybe it'll just have to wait another stage to get that extra direction. But having a look at Multiply now. He's doing some scouting around. Anything that catches your eye there, Kareems?
Hasn't slammed an item yet, so must have something specific in mind. Looks like he wants to... I mean, he has a pretty good Forgotten Opener at the moment. Has that Vayne power already, so he's kind of like Creamy, but better. Looks like Creamy did pick up that Shadow Vest. That was a pretty hard decision last turn, so interesting to see where he takes that. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what Multiplies prioritizes on the carousel.
Yeah, and that's it. It's all about the options that a lot of these players go for. A lot of players will tend to just try to put it down to just items that you can slam in almost any situation, right? So a lot of players will look towards things like a Hurricane. Hurricane's great on a lot of different compositions, so it's a pretty easy slam. But not a lot of the items that Multiplier has here really build into any of those critical itemization choices that you're going to be looking for. You know, the Shadow Vest just doesn't really do it with a lot of these offensive itemization options. You're more looking towards things like belts or, you know, potentially just another chain vest there to build up a Shadow Bramble. For the meantime, though, it looks like we're probably just going to see the Shadow Vest go on potentially the Katarina here just to be able to provide a stack, but chooses against it for the time being.
And he did pick up that Katarina, so that is the hardest Forgotten to find. So all he needs is a... What is he missing? +1. 1, 2, 3. Does he have 5 Forgotten now, I think? It's really
That's
close
correct.
to 6 Forgotten, so yeah, very, very strong. It looks like... But the problem is, Forgotten looks like it's pretty contested, so... But he did find the hardest one, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what item he prioritizes here. He hasn't slammed an item yet. What does he go for? Does he go for that Shadow Zeeks? Or maybe something like a Last Whisper? Interesting to see this decision here.
Ooh, well, Creamy managed to pick up the Shadow Belt, so maybe if we get a look at him at some point, we might work out if that means he kept the Nocturne on the bench. I'd be kind of surprised if he'd done it for this long, because obviously that's, you know, a lot of gold. There might be the difference between you making 10 or not, as we're still in, you know, the middle early stage 2 here. But either way, that's definitely going to be an option for him. There we go. Okay, Blood 2. Having a look. Yes, okay. So he actually played the long game there, Creamy, and stuck with it. And as a result, he's been rewarded with that first pick and now has a chance to really go Assassins. You know, he's got the Warwick there. Maybe there's the potential to go Forgotten. But as you said, it's actually pretty contested right now. And it feels like Assassins, which is something we haven't seen quite as much in these big lobbies, but does tend to do pretty well when you hit the items, because Nocturne isn't really in any other compositions, right? So he does tend to be relatively uncontested and therefore not so hard to 3-star if you're willing to sit on level 7 and find those 9 copies.
Yeah, absolutely. Nocturne is one of those compositions that really benefits from things, funnily enough, outside of your control. It's one of those reroll compositions that wants a lot of other players to be going for things like Yasuo to make the 3-cost pool a lot less shallow so that you can try to find more Nocturnes. It's, you know, it's a symbiotic nature with all of the other reroll compositions that you want, right? Because it's not being contested by any other units like you mentioned.
And he has picked up the Shadow Vest. You know, does give him options to put the a Shadow Guardian Angel on something like the Viego or the Katarina, which sometimes can be okay, considering they're the units that don't really need attack speed. You just need them to be getting their ults off.
I think the thing is, most assassin compositions love to run a Shadow Locket because Nocturne doesn't rely on any mana whatsoever and really benefits greatly from that extra tankiness that it can get out. More spins, more damage, more healing means that your Nocturne's just an unstoppable nightmare, quite literally. So for the most part, wouldn't be surprised to see Creamy hold onto this Shadow Vest until we find a Rod. But for the most part, Creamy's already got the core engine of this composition running here, has the Bleak Zeke's Herald, and is just now going to be looking in towards the future as to where he wants to go from here. And that's such a big pickup there as well, hitting that Ivan at level 5, getting that Revenant in here. It means that the Nocturne, which was already a big threat before, is now an even greater threat.
Man, that's so hard. Yeah, because, I mean, often at level 2, Nocturne will be able to just sustain if they've got the Shadow Zeeks there, just because of how much healing they output with that extra attack speed. But yeah, I mean, usually it takes a little bit longer to get that, you know, sort of free Guardian Angel online. But at level 2-7, that's a big pickup there for Creamy. The 2% definitely favoring him here, and I am now liking Creamy's chances going forward here, assuming he's uncontested, which you know, I don't think we've seen a game this entire finals where two players have gone for an assassin composition.
Yeah, interesting to see if he slams last Whisper here. Not my favorite item. I think you need to see the Hurricane first. Yeah, I think he's just going to wait for the Armory here. But yeah, like you said, I haven't seen too many Assassins this tournament, so I'm really looking forward to see if he... I mean, I think he'll stick with it from here. This is a bit too good. And like you said, Forgotten is too contested, so... Really interested to see when he hits this Nocturne 2. That'll be one of his biggest spikes of the game. And then obviously, how does he find Nocturne 3?
Well, you say you don't like the last Whisper item there, Creams, but look at this. He's coming up against the Shadow Locket, and that's making it so hard for this this Nocturne to punch through here. The huge amount of armor that allows these Legends from Cheesy there to get is just making it a real struggle for him. Daisy is going to have to be the MVP of this one.
Yeah, Last Whisper is not bad on him. It's a little bit of a turn-off here, though, because Hurricane is a better item, and Infinity Edge is also a good option. There is another glove, though, so now he's in a situation where he could go the Last Whisper, or he could go with this Shadow Infinity Edge. Interesting decision here. Looking forward to see what he does.
What do you think about Shadow Infinity Edge in terms of, you know, the lifesteal is losing? Well, sorry, the life he's losing from the amount he's attacking there versus how much it gives him back when he hits the lifesteal on that every third auto.
Yeah, almost negligible, honestly, especially since you're dealing so much extra damage with that Shadow Infinity Edge. Wouldn't be surprised to see it slammed down here, but back on the Last Whisper train there, it's really a meta-dependent sort of thing, right? If you're running into a lot of redeemed compositions like we were seeing in the past few patches there before it got a little bit toned down, it was a quintessential item. You needed it to be able to punch through that. But since we're seeing a lot less of it nowadays, it's much less of a prioritized item in favor of a little bit more damage, but it's still relatively good.
Yeah, Knights, the stall for Kale has fallen off as well as redeemed, as you say. So, okay, interesting note into, why I shouldn't have slammed that earlier today. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. I'm glad to be here for you.
That's why I turn up on the cast, by the way. Yeah, it's just to get the tips for myself, really, so I can take them home and try and make myself feel a little bit better about my struggles daily on TFT. And who better to be doing it here with Frosty and Creams tonight, as we're into game 3 now of our 5 games tonight. If you guys have only just tuned in, there's going to be 5 games. We will be deciding which of these 24 players, 16 of them, will be going to the finals at the end of set 5.5 and have a chance to push through to Worlds. And the top 8 will also be taking home some cash, courtesy of Riot and, of course, Order, who are helping us put on this tournament. So we are having a look now at TXE. And if we go... if we remember the scoreboard from, you might have seen at the start of this game, TXE actually sitting in 14th at the moment. So that's a player who's looking to go forward to the next tournament, but who wouldn't be picking up any cash.
Definitely. Looks like we're going to have to be saying nay to any other compositions, because TXE is pretty firmly stuck into the pony right about now, trying to go for that reroll. Has quite a good few items onto this Victor, just lacking a little bit of mana generation there. Choosing to slam the RFC and an Archangel Staff over any other potential mana generation. So that's definitely one way of going about it here, but looking at the board, it finds himself in a bit of an unfortunate spot for the fact that there's no Hecarim 2.
Yeah, I mean... Obviously, this composition, is this Cav reroll he's going for, or Pony reroll specifically?
Cav reroll more often than not.
Yeah, right. So at least in that, there are the other carries like Vlad, as you say. So you're not quite as worried if you don't hit that Hecarim too. You're not sending it all on the fact that your Hecarim is just going to sit there in the middle and be a nuisance for about 30 seconds every single time another player runs into you.
Well, it's definitely a very powerful point for the composition, right? Having a Hecarim 3-starred means that the composition overall just performs a lot better. And so it's kind of unfortunate for the meantime here, but not hitting it isn't going to be the end of the world, as you said.
He's got the Shadow Rod ready there on the Hecarim. What are you expecting that to become, Kareem? Is it Ionic Spark, or is there maybe another one that he'd settle for if he can't find the cloak?
I think Shadow Spark is the option, the optimal play here. I think he did want that Negatron off the last carousel, but unfortunately, I think it was third pick and just did not find it. So definitely wants that Spark. I'm not sure what the backup option is here. Maybe Shadow Locker, for instance. Yeah, like you said, only has the Hecarim 1. Looking a bit dicey here. Only has 30 gold. His economy isn't that great. Looks like he rolled a little bit at 3-2 or 3-3. Just did not find the pony, but he should be strong enough in this mid game where he can develop his economy back again and make another play later. But yeah, that Hecarim 2 would stabilize him quite a bit here, but he's in a pretty good spot. This lobby is interesting. There's one person on 100 HP, although I just commentated cursed him. He just lost. But everyone else is sort of around this, 60 to 40 mark. So very close lobby. Interesting to see how he micromanages his economy throughout stage 4.
Yeah, the player on 100 was actually Nowfire, who I hadn't heard so much about coming into these finals, but managed to get the second spot in day 3. So definitely no slouch. Has had a middling start to today, but a good start to this game 3. Could see them push up and be another one of our contenders here today.
Definitely, and that's a big pickup there. Manages to find the cloak, so we're more than likely going to be seeing a Shadow Ionic be slammed, and now comes the time for TXE to start slow rolling through the majority of this game. Again, Pony Reroll loves to just stay on level 6, try to get all of those 3-star units. And there we go, there's the Shadow Ionic there, which just so happens to be another Shadow item as well to slam onto the Forgotten bonus. A little bit of an extra bonus there, but not something that makes or breaks the composition. But again, coming into Creamy here, who has had the level 7 roll down, this is one of the counters to the composition, able to hit this Victor in the backline, killing off the extra damage that's happened so early in the fight. But a big knock-up from Nautilus there means that it stops the Nocturne right in its tracks. But I mean, this is going to be the big difference maker, is that this is where the Assassin composition can sometimes struggle coming up against the Cavs, is against a really big Hecarim or Sejuani, but the front line's just not there for TXE.
No, that was so rough. You felt like a Hecarim 2 would have actually maybe even by itself been enough to just finish those last couple of units off there. And we're going to go over to Cheesy now, who's looking at 6 Forgotten, currently has 2 Dravens on the board. What do you think about these spats? The Spellweaver definitely not so great in this composition, I would have thought, and actually ends up going for the Shadow Hex Tech.
Yeah, interesting board. It has only, was that Draven 1, Rise 1? Draven has no items. Yeah, definitely needs to work on this board a little bit more to cap, but should be somewhat stable. He did invest 50 gold into his board, but definitely needs some items on this Draven. Looks like he is going to slam that Infinity Edge. Gets the Shadow Bramble on the front line. Okay, so I think this board is okay. Probably like middle of the pack strength. He definitely needs to work on this board a bit more if he wants to push the top 4.
Yeah, does the Shadow Bramble buy enough time? No, it does not. Yasuo is going to get in there before Draven gets the lock on onto him. Without the RSC there, but you can see Nowfire is actually holding a bow on the side, so probably hoping he can pick that up. Carousel, if not, he'll have to get lucky with Raptors there to finish off itemization for that Yasuo. Though, as we saw last game, it's not the be-all and end-all if you don't hit that.
Jesus is potentially choosing to slam a belt onto the Hecarim here. And I really don't like that. The potential to get a Shadow Sword here, even though Cheesy's not exactly having the best run of it for the time being, could be a very important item for the Draven. You know, that League Zeke's Herald, as we see Creamy is rocking it right there, it is very good on especially units like Draven here. And Creamy's board has made a huge transformation as well, managing to find a Volibear over the past few rounds too. This is a nightmare matchup for Cheesy, simply because there's just so much damage from so many different options.
Yeah, and like you said, that 1% Volibear, huge. He's also got 6 Nocturnes, so can he find that Nocturne 3? But that Volibear is huge. That gives him 3 over it now. Interesting to see what Creamy goes for. Well, both these players go for off the carousel. They have both first picked. Couple of spatulas, actually, including a Volibear spatula. Interesting to see what these players go for. 2 5-cost spats. What's Creamy going to go for? Cheesy does go for that Shadow Tear, so that will give him Shadow Blue buff for this Rise, which is a huge buff, and Creamy goes for that Bow. So there is some spatulas open here. Interesting to see if someone goes... No one has picked one up. That is really surprising to me, but there we go. Last pick, 5 gold spats. So we're going to see some spice in this lobby.
Yeah, interesting that Creamy picked up the Bow as well. Do you think that... yeah, I mean, we might not see it till later, but possibly, is he thinking about that last Whisper? I feel like there's been a couple of boards that he has come up against where, despite us saying that, you won't find as many compositions at the moment that you'll struggle with on the armor front. I feel like every time we've seen him, the Nocturne has been getting a little bit stuck on something.
All I can think about right now is I just wish these were my lobbies, honestly. Where's my lobby getting a 5-cost with a spatula heading into the the later stages of the game here? Point aside there. Yeah, definitely. There are quite a few of these front lines here that Creamy might find themselves, struggling to deal with simply because of just how tanky they are due to, say, the Cavalier trait as such. So being able to get any amount of extra damage off would certainly help there. But in the meantime, we're watching Multiply here get demolished by Nowfire, who is still our lobby leader by a huge margin, mind you. 40 health above the competition, so truly the raid boss here. And has chosen to roll down almost excessively at level 7, is really going into this Yasuo comp and is proving quite devastating for the rest of the denizens of this lobby.
And look, I don't know why I keep punishing myself by mentioning this, but he does have the option for a Legionnaire spat there. And, that was something you guys were talking about in terms of, lacking frontline. But he's already got that Mordekaiser stacked a little bit. Doesn't have the Warmogs or the Shadow Warmogs, which you'd like to see on that. But could potentially, frontline something else or find a way to use that Legionnaire spat. Is that crazy talk, Creams?
I like that idea. Have to see how his board develops. But yeah, we've got a Forgotten Mirror match here. Very close fight. But 3-item Draven might be too strong here. Can he get through that pony? Yes, he can. So yeah, a bit of a Draven diff there. But Draven 2 versus 3-item Draven 1. Interesting matchup there. But yeah, this lobby's getting really tight. Everyone like 40, besides Neophi, everyone's like low 50 already, coming to stage 5. It's really going to be like who can spike here, who can really try and get a win streak going and push, the top 4 spots here.
Oh, look at this brand. Look at this Rise with the counter spat. Got the assassin spat. Not the position in the war he thought he'd be fighting, but it's the position he finds himself in. Interesting tech.
Oh, definitely. And as we come into the later stages of the game here, I just wanted to mention that, it just goes to show you the difference in picking up these shadow items, especially on Draven here. Draven being really one of the focal points of the composition until you start to get a little bit more diverse in your threats. We talk about the Viegos, picking up a Kindred in there as well to try to give you a board a little bit more tankiness. And if your Draven doesn't have those good items on it, it can really start to struggle there. I mean, we saw most of the items stacked onto the Katarina, but just wasn't enough. But, looking around the board here, it seems like there's some real craziness going on with all the spatulas available. So, keen to see exactly what everyone's got going on. Admiration has chosen to just rock a full-on Ranger board.
Yeah, running that Vayne, I guess, as an item holder, hasn't found the Affiliates yet. Almost has an Ash Tree. One off Ash Tree, still has 1 egg to go. Also has that Darius on the bench as well, so looking for that Affiliates most likely. Also really close to Ash Tree, which will sustain him, you would expect. coming into this stage.
Yeah, and it's been a really interesting transition to watch between players where a lot of players, again, chose to prioritize getting that Aphelios online for the most part. And a lot of players have also started to realize that Ashe is relatively uncontested for the most part. And so just being able to get in the Ashe up to an Ashe 3 is surprisingly enough really solid damage.
Oh,
So,
look at that though.
I mean,
2 Nikos on the board
yeah.
there for TXE, someone who, you know, often has to stick around longer on level 6 while they're trying to find those 3 stars, but that gives him all of a sudden some extra options. It's a double Hecarim hit on top of the 2 that he's already got there on the side. Gonna roll it down a little bit more just to see if he can potentially save some of those Nikos for something a little bit harder to find. Another Hecarim. He's going to use them both.
Also found the Rally pair. You will put in Rally next turn you would expect for the extra Cavalier and Ironclad. His board just got really jacked. We're talking about who's going to, you know, strengthen their board coming this stage. This is a huge spike from TXE.
That's it, and TXE didn't even really need it. Already second place in the lobby here, not really in any danger, but I mean, Multiply, we were just spectating before, was running into a little bit of trouble on a loss streak, and this is only going to further perpetuate that. They're getting a ton of damage from the Cavalier board. Not exactly a board that is packing a lot of units, so getting those extra bits of damage in, but most often than not, it's just able to deal so much of it because it just doesn't lose all too much. Did Creamy finding themselves 1 life off of death?
But
manages to pick
Nocturne
the Nocturne 3, and that's massive for this composition here.
Look, we haven't checked in with Creamy for a little while, so it's going to be interesting to see how this board has developed. He's got the 3 Revenant. I think we did see him get the Volibear earlier. A super tanky Ivern there all the way at the front. Interestingly, that he's got the Archangels as well. I think that's an interesting interaction in terms of how Daisy works. I mean, it's been a while since I've read his tooltip, but I think there's something in there about transferring that ability power over and across. Maybe you guys can fill us in on that in a second. But that level 3 Nocturne, with some great items on top of it, is just going to get out of control so fast.
Yeah, has that Shadow Locket that Frosty was talking about, extra armor, extra few. Not a huge fan of the Rage Blade, to be honest, but can Creamy hold on here? Not looking good. Or can this... No... Creamy... That's okay. But yeah, top 7 there. Looking really strong board. Love to see some Assassins going. Couldn't quite get strong enough, quick enough, but... Yeah, that was an enjoyable comp to watch develop over this game.
It was, but what was missing from it? Because, I mean, you hit the... Sure, he was already on low health at that point, didn't really have any, any room for error, but with the 3-star Nocturne there, I thought that he'd at least be able to go on a little bit of a streak here at 5-4. So what do you guys think was missing from that board that means he's crashing out here in 7th?
2 things. 1, the Nocturne didn't really have a Last Whisper or an Infinity Edge, so it was lacking that little bit of damage. Instead, having the Ginsu's Rage Blade on it, which relies more on the spins, and you can run into some boards that is just so hard to try to get going off of. And number 2, Assassins is a very punishing composition to play if you miss position. If your Nocturne's not going where it needs to be, it can just end up getting stuck on the back line, then move over to the front line. And as we saw in that fight, it went over into the back line, but not where the Draven was. And the Draven just ended up chunking away at the composition, even through the super tanky Daisy. Which means that even though Creamy managed to hit that big power spike, it's just not enough.
Yep, a little bit, it was only tickling instead of scratching there, the Nocturne, unfortunately. But what's not going to tickle is this 2-star Draven that Multiply is just upgraded, as you can see. Some pretty big crits coming out from him. Has to wait for the Kindred ultimate to go down there. And unfortunately, just that little bit of time that the Kindred is going to buy will be enough. And that's Multiply out as well. Okay, it's the Cav re-roll. Now, we mentioned earlier, if this gets going, it actually has a pretty high win rate. And as TXE finishes off yet another, that's going to be a top 4. So going off the stats sheet that I've got here, if you get top 4 with Cav reroll, you win. That's currently how the stats work.
Yeah, gonna be hard to get through this team comp. Not sure who loses to him. Sorry, who beats him, I should say. Just looking at when he was scouting. I just can't see this board losing. Just way too strong. Victor 3, Brand 3, Hecarim 3. Just way over the top. Just got to position properly, get away from those shrouds potentially. But this is looking like a first place.
Well, here comes the one board that I think perhaps has a chance of dealing with it. Karma, being able to hit the backline here is so big and can pump out an absolute ton of damage. You know, being able to snipe off that Victor potentially early on and just to get a spell shield as well to protect against the Thresh. But I mean, we see that, I mean, even though the Karma is very strong here, is not hitting that shot, the Victor's still alive for the time being, and the front line is just melted through at this point of the game. So it looks like Angora, even though it was one to watch for the time being, just doesn't really have it quite yet against this stacked board of TXE.
Potentially some change-ups here coming into neutrals. What items will they be opting for, or will they be receiving? So you can get a trapdoor there for Nowfire, who, you know, was sitting on a huge amount of health early. Eventually found that Shadow Warmogs there for the Mordekaiser, so like very well itemized. Did actually end up making that Legionnaire spat, not necessarily, you know, to push vertical, but just to give someone a little bit of extra attack speed. That'll be the Diana just pushing out her ult a little bit earlier. I'll give you a shout out quickly to Cheesy there for staying in the lobby and letting us watch. Of course, we still are waiting for spectator mode here in TFT. So at the moment we're relying on the goodwill of our streamers here, of which there are of course a couple left in this tournament to make sure that we can catch all of the action for you guys. So 4 players left here in game 3. Cavalry roll looking extremely strong at this stage in the game.
Yeah, hits the Pantheon tree. Also put in 4 Legionnaires, so took your advice there. Put in the Draven one. You have to see how it goes against this really strong Cavalier comp. Where did this team go? This is actually pretty close. Can he get through this pony though?
Yep, Hecarim on the front line, constantly zapping away AP from anyone in his path there. Meanwhile, Victor just chunks in the damage from the back line. The Spectral Spear of Shojin. It looks like it did punch through the Mordekaiser's armor there in the end. So Cab reroll continuing to go strong. And now finally, you wouldn't have thought it with the power level that TXE was sitting at, but only just now getting to level 8.
Now, Frosty, you know this comp better than I do. How does this go against the Ranger comp that Admiration's playing? Does that Final Whisper help out? What's the matchup like?
So, this matchup is fairly dependent on whether or not you can snipe off the backline here, because Rangers is a very high damage composition, especially with those items that Admiration is managing to pack on right now. The big thing is going to be, can the Runan shots head into the backline here? Does everything hold? And it looks like it's just not enough. The front line is just providing way too much tankiness and sustain to be able to get through here. But I mean, you can see the amount of damage that you can get through with something like the Ashe's attack speed there. There's certainly potential, but it's just not fully realized on the side of Admiration quite yet.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling pretty confident in my prediction here that the Cav reroll is going to continue. It's a high roll reign of terror here in the Oceanic TFT Reckoning Mid-Set Invitational, because TXE, he's on a 4-win streak right now, and I think he dealt with Nowfire, maybe it was, just a round or two ago. So unless there's been some big upgrades there, does this positioning suit him? Can he get through it? Hecarim gets hit by the Shadow Shroud there, so it's going to take a while to ult, but still has shields that entire time, just due to the locket that's on them. They've got Rel down the bottom there helping them out as well. And look at this. The amount of sustain this front line has is simply unbelievable.
Yeah, I think your call is correct. I cannot see him losing this matchup. Obviously, I think he's 2 off Yas 3, if I counted that correctly, but I mean, that'll help the fight, but I just can't see this Cav comp losing in this matchup.
I'm not going to call it quite yet. It's TFT after all, and anything can happen. But what I will say is that now Fire still has a win condition, and that win condition is placement. Placement of this Diana is absolutely critical at being able to deal with the backline threat. So I'd still say there is still a chance.
Okay, well, at least, 29 and 40 health, we're probably still going to see another couple of combats. Now Fire might even have, say, 3 lives left. We might, perhaps there's a crucial item that will come out of neutrals that might help out here. That said, even against this, second place, it feels like TXE has been crushing pretty hard and therefore might be taking some big hits. If they do continue winning, this one looks a little bit more even. Mordekaiser managing to get that next shield off is gonna help. Whacking away, so close to getting the Hecarim down, but still not doing it. And of course, the longer they stay around, the longer that Dark Ionic Spark there is just gonna help the CC in the end. Enough to once again allow TXE to now take the health lead in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the Yasuo is just not able to punch through. The pony is just sapping away too much, and the consistent healing from it is just providing too much of a roadblock for Nowfire to try to get through it at the moment. Again, the Diana didn't really manage to reach to the backline, and the consistent shielding from the Victor here is just way too much for any regular fights to be able to go into Nowfire's direction here. So we'll have to see. Even with the Shroud missing here, the Diana's in a half decent spot, but will it be enough?
Yep, you said that was one of the most important parts of this, and it's only going to pull the Brand and the Hecarim there. So, yeah, sure, getting them a little bit out of place, but it's probably the Victor, really, that you need to pull out and deal with, because he's the one dealing a lot of that damage in the back line. Then again, Eclipse Cape coming through there from the Hecarim, this time stacking up to 210. I think that's even more than last time. Now Fire will barely survive this. So we do get to see that neutrals round, and not an Eclipse Cape, but a Sunfire Cape there for Now Fire. For TXE. What does Now Fire get?
He had a Shiv, which doesn't really help him too much here. I think you prefer the Sunfire, to be honest, to try and get through the ceiling. But with stage 7 now, you start taking a lot of base damage. 15 base damage, so still a chance for Neophyte. If he can find a way to navigate these fights, he can definitely still win this lobby.
Feels like if he does ever come out on top in one of these combats, it's probably only going to be just barely. Neutrals, of course, does often give you a chance to, stack a little bit of gold over a couple of rounds and therefore have a mini roll down. We've seen TXE twice here, I think, actually. Maybe once or twice there. Use an interesting tech, which I only saw recently, which is, picking up a Teemo from the shop just to sell. So you essentially sell some of your life back for gold just at some extra chances at re-rolling. And let's see, has he dodged the Shroud this time? No, the Pantheon 3 is on target. Will that change the outcome of this fight?
Well, looks like the Diana managed to get the snipe off onto the Victor here, getting the damage off, and the Wolf manages to snipe. That's big. This might be the fight that Nowfire needs to win.
This is game over. This will be game over. Oh my god, if he can get through Sejuani, Nowfire will pull it back. 15 base, this is definitely lethal here. If he can get through the Sejuani, he's going to get through it. That's going to be the game.
No.
Wow. Found a way to win the last fight. Wow.
And it
Incredible
looks like
there, that
TXE.
Dark Shroud. Just, really doing a lot of the work. As well as you said, the Diana, that was the win condition, and finally managed to get onto that Victor and change things up there in game 3. I mean, you got to give it to Nowfire, right? I mean, playing so well in the early game that they had enough lives left to be able to find that, the one way to beat Cav Reroll. So I'm a bit sad because that means Cav Reroll is now no longer an unbeatable composition. Look, second place still pretty good. Anything else that jumped out at you guys there in that game?
TXE got a bit too smart for his own good there, trying to position around all of these different things, trying to position around the Diana, the Shroud there, and unfortunately ended up meaning that the victor wasn't in the corner, which played a huge difference in that fight. We saw in the previous few fights that the victor always was in the corner to be able to provide the maximum amount of safety. And unfortunately, it seems like it was just a perfect storm there for TXE, where everything just happened to go wrong in the final fight there. And that's all that was needed to take it down.
Any quick thoughts, Screams?
Yeah, positioning, like Frosty mentioned, it's all about positioning in that last fight. And Sejuani was on the right side, Victor was, vulnerable. So if you put your two best carriers in that sort of position, it's going to make it hard. So yeah, a bit too smart for his own good, like Frosty mentioned. Yeah, just positioned it, but definitely played well. Really good that Neophi was able to bring that one back.
Okay, guys. Well, that's it for game 3 here. We've still got 2 to go, and we're going to have a slightly longer break now, but stick around because our main man behind the scenes, Ducky, is actually going to be having an interview with Perfect Slumbers. So enjoy that while we wait for game 4 tonight.
Guys, Andrew here from the Order TFT Mid-Set Invitational, joined by one of the leading players of Perfect Slumbers heading into the tournament. First of all, mate, I've just got to ask, and I'm going to ask this to everyone, what is the inspiration behind your game attack, your name?
It's actually one of the theme songs from Monogatari series. Yeah.
Explains the profile pic as well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching Monogatari series when I played in TFT. And I just think of like change name to Perfect Slumbers. Yeah.
So you got TFT on one screen, you got Monogatari. That sounds like an amazing use of time.
Yeah.
The first one, and you've kind of answered it already, is why did you start playing TFT? Like, what drew you to TFT as a game?
So I've been playing League since season 2. So all the like Riot related games I would try it out, like Valorant and Legend of Runeterra. I play those games too.
You're just drawn to TFT for the fact that like you've just played the Riot games for so long.
Because the units are like all the units I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of like a casual game for me because you can just like watch Netflix, or I watch streams while playing TFT.
Yep. What is your favorite set so far? If you were to nail down one set, what's been your most enjoyable?
The most enjoyable one probably set 4.0, like the first half set of set 4.
Why's that?
Because there's so many comps that you can top 1 with, and then the items and the units rewards you from playing flexible. And then I really like P-bar comps. And the set 4 legendaries are all really strong, like Ken, Yone. Yeah.
Was there a particular comp that you were fond of from set 4?
Yeah, P-bar. It's like 4 or 5 costs.
Yeah.
Or like 6 Fortune. Whenever possible, I will play 6 Fortune.
The classic. Everyone loves a good Fortune payout.
Actually, my first 6 Fortune game I played is on Open Qualifier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then I hit 3-star Olaf before I hit 6 Fortune.
Oh, so then you pivoted out, you didn't get the payout, or?
No. I was trying to find a cat for my 6 Fortune.
Yeah.
But I hit Olaf's 3 before I hit a single cat. Yeah, but I won the game, but it's very fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you had Olaf. It's pretty hard, like 3-star Olaf. It's pretty hard to lose from that position if you have the right items. What's your favorite unit across all sets to play with?
That's a hard one. I would say probably Yone. Yone is probably my favorite unit.
Okay. Any particular reason?
He just like does everything. Like great utility, and he can carry the games. If you give him tank items, because he has the passive, so he can be a tank. And he also shares armor match resist. And if you give him like carry items, you can also like just carry the games.
Okay. Here's a bit of a fun question. We all know about Mort Dog and getting Mort dogged in a TFT game. You know, what is the most memorable Mort Dog moment you've ever had in a TFT game?
Yeah, like I said, he switched out Olaf before I hit a single cat during open qualifier. Yeah, that's probably one.
At least you won off that. Like,
Yeah, I won off them.
yeah. There's definitely a lot worse way that you could be more dogged.
Yeah, I have too many loads of like memories. Like this morning, I played a game of Draconic, and then I have eight Zyra, and then like Grand 1, Kaista 1 since like stage 2, stage 3, and then I never hit anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the classic. Yeah. Who do you think, outside of yourself, because it's obviously fine to say yourself as the best player in the tournament, but who do you think is like the best player at MSI?
At MSI, it's kind of hard to say it. I mean, Chubby just hit rank 1, so I think Chubby will be very good.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I know Angora is very strong in, especially in tournament. Yeah, I know Angora is especially very strong during tournament stuff.
Mm.
And also Raza, he used to be the OC represent. Yeah.
Yeah. All pretty fair names, pretty tough competition. And looking at ladder, everyone is playing Draven, Forgotten comps with various different carries as well. It's not just Draven, it's Ryze, Katar, even a bit of Hecarim carry I've seen. Is that going to be the comp everyone's playing at MSI, you think?
Actually, after patch 11.3, Draven comps like fell down a little bit. And then I think generally the AP comps are stronger right now. And also I'm pretty sure Ranger is like better than Draven if you hit everything. Yeah, I say Draven is still like really strong during mid games, but like it's no caps as higher as other comps.
So you're thinking like maybe some Karma, some Vel'Koz, a little bit of Aphelios, like all those things are all really viable heading into MSI.
Yeah, I mean the strongest comp is still like HIV, like Hammer and Teemo comp.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of viable comps right now.
Okay. And what would it mean for you, I guess, to win MSI? Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean much for making it to Worlds, but it's still a big achievement within the region.
Yeah, true. And then also like all the like high elo players, we all like kind of know each other, so it's kind of also for fun too, like just like play with friends.
I mean, it's basically just like queuing up for ranked, like except it's just a slightly different environment in a tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend and next weekend if you make it that far.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Yeah.
Thanks.
right, guys, we're back and we've got game 4 coming up. But let's just quickly have a look at the scores to update you guys on how everyone is looking this evening. Who is looking at getting through to that top 16? Who is in the top 8? Ready to take home some prize money. Jim Jam and Angora both had decent game 3s, and that keeps them in the lead for the moment, while other favorites, someone like Escher, on the borderline right now, 12 points, just above Peanut, Fortune Chosen. Some of the other guys we've seen doing pretty well today. All right, we've got the lobbies. I think they're already started, so why don't we just jump straight to the action here and have a look at game 4.
Yeah, we've headed straight into the action. The players starting off just a little bit early. We've headed into lobby number 3. We're spectating Fortune Chosen, who, unfortunately, even as much as we've said, has not really been having a good go of it. Unfortunately, finding themselves in the bottom 8 for the time being. So this is a really critical few games as the pressure starts to mount now, and they really find themselves under pressure. You know, what are we gonna see out of all of these players?
It looks like Fortune's playing Hyperall right now. The bench is completely full. Just trying to work out how exactly they can make their best board here on 2-2. Picking up a Shadow Vest. As we kind of said last game, not your favorite item to see at that first armory. Doesn't generally allow for big power spikes unless you've, I don't know, maybe walked in with like a Hecarim 2 or something like that. Yeah. How are you guys feeling about this? He's gone for a redeemed board early on.
He might summon Shojin here, does summon Shojin, so he might play more of an AP comp. Like you said, we haven't seen much redeem today, so will he pull out the Vel'Koz? Interesting to see that. Yeah, Shojin is very flexible, so interesting to see how this board develops.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be some prioritization on some Forgotten units, holding on to the 2 victors here in case they want to try to go for something along the lines of a Cavalier comp, but it looks like Nowfire, having offered the success that we saw last game with that I don't believe it was Nowfire. Nowfire was the one against the Cavalier comp. All right, so maybe, you know, going into the notes there, seeing that the Cavalier comp did really well, is choosing to hold on to some units there too. So I think that a lot of players are starting to identify that this Cavalier comp is a really big threat if you have the right items for it. You mentioned, Genome, that, you know, the Shadow Vest here, not exactly the biggest pickup, but it's probably one of the Cavalier comp's best choices, especially in the early game here, because it leads into a lot of good Hecarim items.
Yeah, so definitely looks like could be going for what we said is often a nice play style being led by the items rather than necessarily what you're hitting. I mean, if we look at the bench, really the only thing he's got that composition right now is the Vlad's there. So just trying to make the best of it and not lose too much health using this redeemed Night start. Yeah, but 82 health. That's not a great total to be sitting on coming into the first carousel.
Yeah, 4 Nightbringers from Dawnglade. So Dawnglade high rolling early is going to be scary for the lobby. One of the strongest players in this tournament. Definitely not biased at all, but yeah. Interesting to see how Dawnglade goes in this game. One of my favorite players. He's a monster. So yeah, 4 Nightbringers already got the early Yas with the bow, so maybe we see a Yas game out of Dawnglade. Interesting to see what he goes for this game.
Yeah, we see someone pinging that Yasuo with the Shadow Rod there. What do you guys feel about Dual Gauntlet versus the Sacrificial Dual Gauntlet if Yasuo is your carry?
Oh, well, the Sacrificial Gauntlet, thankfully the changes to it mean that Yasuo is not going to really be taking all too much damage simply because it only relies on casting more than anything else there. So most of the time the Sacrificial Gauntlet is just going to be straight up better than going for a regular Dual Gauntlet simply because it just outputs more damage.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Dual Gauntlet, Shadow Dual Gauntlet, I think both are reasonable. I wouldn't be unhappy either way, but yeah, I do think the Shadow Gauntlet does provide a bit more DPS as well, so I agree with that. But yeah, Banta has a lot of redeem units as well. Are we going to see some squids in this game? Interesting to see. Because we haven't seen him too much today.
No, has been suffering. Maybe some of these players been doing their homework like we have and found out that Redeem just really wasn't performing very well. The items that are on the Syndra, of course, definitely possible that they could go along with our octopus friend, but wow, 2 players still on 100 health. Will we see the showdown between TXE and Dawnglade in 2-6?
We'll have to see if they can both go for the win streak into neutrals. It would be tragic if they both lost, if one of them lost their economy, but interesting to see who is the stronger player right now, though. So to see who can get a stronger economy going into neutrals here.
Yeah, both of these boards looking very strong. TXE in particular, finding 4 Brawler early, and I mean, we don't usually talk about Nunu as an early game carry here, but with 4 Brawler on the field, it suddenly turns into one simply because most of those chomps are going to turn into true damage with an extra 1,000 health on every single one of these Brawlers. So, queuing into RFC, who doesn't exactly have very high health units, means that I'd say that looking really good for TXE as we see that the Nunu immediately gets a big chomp onto the opposing Nunu.
Yep, so it's not the showdown, so we could have 2 players continuing those streaks on. Yep, Dawnglade does confirm it as we see on the right-hand side, and TXE looks like he's about to do the same. So 2 strong starts here in game 4. TXE, I've been impressed by what we've seen from him today. Every time I feel like we've switched over to his POV, seems to be making some smart decisions. And looking at the leaderboard, that means he's sitting in 9th at the moment on 16 points, just outside the money by virtue of his tiebreaker, which I believe is his day 3 performance. And if it's not, I'm sure Tycoon will be jumping in the chat and correcting me very soon.
Director says that you've got it here, so looks like it's going to be a showdown here. And even though we were talking about a lot about, you know, the players being eliminated here, I mean, there is definitely still the need for players to start performing, especially if they want to make, you know, potentially $1,000 for first place here. So there's a lot on the line for all of these players. They still want to get a good result as we see TXE pre-levels straight up to level 6 here. An extraordinarily aggressive line. I gotta say, I love this sort of play, especially when you know that you have got the potential to face Dawnglade now, and it almost forces the other person into sort of a showdown where they have to decide, all right, am I going to try to contest this person to continue my win streak as well, or am I just going to potentially give it up and just let it go?
Yeah,
Okay, well, we've got to...
Pre-leveling for the Nidalee pair. Didn't quite hit it though. Dawn also went 6. Are they going to verse each other here? Alright, someone's going to get their economy broken. Who is stronger right now? Got the 4 Nightbringers or the Nidalee?
Actually looking to complete some items there, TXE. He doesn't want to be the one who gets the worst end of this deal. And the Bramble on the Gragas 2 doing a little bit of damage there. The Nightbringer shields do come in eventually, but the double cats here coming out, and they're too much for Dawnglade. So TXE with a couple of little techs there with the roll down to grab those Nidalees. That's actually going to be enough to push him over the edge. He does have that spatula. And now that we do see another item being slammed, we've got the Risk Thirster coming out. So I want you guys to tell me what you're predicting here is going to be the option for TXE, but also, where's he going to go with that spatula?
This could very well be a skirmisher game. I like Risk Thirster, Last Whisper on the Jax. I could say Aphelios as well from here, but I would go for Skirms in this situation. He already has 2 Nidalees stealing through the mid game. He also has Lee Sin, Pantheon. I think this is a Skirm angle.
Yeah, interesting, because I was thinking that a little bit earlier, and then he actually sold his Trundle, and looking at his cam, I wasn't sure if that was a mistake, actually, because there was a bit of a look as if, he was just trying to, he'd gotten a little bit dizzy, just trying to roll through the units really quickly as he was doing his roll down, and wasn't actually happy with the fact that he'd sold the Trundle and got rid of one of those skirmishes. And also interesting that he's gone for the Risk Thirster there as well over the Bloodthirster. Jax can be a somewhat squishy unit, and that extra shield that you get in addition to, of course, the skirmish shield you start off with, and very often the rel shield you'll be picking up, can just be kind of like that third lifeline that Jax sometimes needs if you don't have a Quicksilver on him to deny the CC.
That's right. Looks like Creamy did hit the 6 Forgotten's power spike. I'm not sure how much he rolled, but yeah, 6 Forgotten Looks like he is going to play this very strong. I haven't seen his items yet. Oh, he has a 3-item Draven already. Wow. Also has a Shadow Morello potentially. Looking like a really strong board here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he rolled down a little bit to try to find this board here, running into TXE, who is also similarly strong, but just lost their lose streak to Fortune Chosen, who was playing that cavalry roll there. And yeah, it looks like this is going to be the big power spike that Creamy's looking for. The dual cats, though, dealing absolutely massive damage here, and it looks like it's going to be a cat showdown.
Cat versus kitty cat. Unfortunately, nearly it was just a bit too strong there. The Dodgers were really hurting that Draven in the mid part of that fight.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe a little bit unlucky. Yeah. I mean, no shadow items on the Draven, which probably isn't ideal, right? Not contributing to that trait bonus.
Yeah, definitely wants to find some shadow items here, most likely. Let's see what Fortune goes for. There's a 3-cost spatula. I'm not sure if he wants to go for that. Like Frosty mentioned, Cavaliers and these, certain specific items. Look like he is going to pick out that Shadow Bramble. It's going to make this deck very, very strong. So it looks like he is going for that Cavalier. But he is 48 health, so I'm hoping he can stabilize in this mid game. And,
yeah, but he also had the Cav spat on the Victor. How do you guys feel about that? Usually you're looking to, protect the Victor, stack those, a couple of damage items and maybe a Shojin on him. So, I don't know, the Cav spat on him just seems a little bit odd to me.
Funnily enough, it ends up working out fairly decently. For the most part, Victor will manage to stay out of range and will just go into an auto attack range rather than just running up straight into the faces of many of your opponents, like you'll see typically all of the Cavaliers doing there. So the damage reduction being the big part as to why you'll see a Cavalier spat slammed on a lot of these units.
Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of seems like, a lot of people will put 3 damage items on a Karma, or at least, 2 damage items and a mana item. And I thought there was kind of a similar thinking behind, trying to stack out your Vladimir, just like we see Arfs doing there.
Well, it's almost the same idea as, putting a Warmogs on your carry just to try to keep it alive for a little bit longer, right? It's not exactly optimal per se, but it is something that you can do.
Yeah, like you said, he does need to find some of these shadow items. Only has the 1 shadow component. Definitely wants to find those 4 shadow items. Really does boost that forgotten damage up a tremendous amount. So I have to see if there is an armory at 4-2. Obviously, it's not guaranteed, but yeah, needs to start finding these shadow items as soon as he can.
He's got the Reforger option available. May not want to use that quite yet. Perhaps that'll be, something to grab an extra component.
Oh,
try and
Karma 2 at 3-6.
Oh, man.
Level 7, rolled down. I think he has 4 Dawnbringers, maybe 6. I can't quite count. But yeah, that is a 2-item Karma 2 way over the top for this point of the game. Yeah, 5 unit loss. That's quite strong.
That is not what you want to be running into as Creamy here, who is, at a decent-ish health total, but it looks like Slumber's identifying that they're in a bit of a weak spot right about now, and Creamy typing out, it must be nice, and I gotta say, looking from Perfect Slumber's point of view, yeah, I'd say that's looking pretty nice, honestly.
Okay, level 7 here for Arfs. Switched POVs here to get a view on what he's going to grab out of these wolves. Stacking the Vladimir. It's got a double level 1 Warwick in here at the moment. Obviously not what he wants. Definitely got some room to improve on this composition.
Yeah, so looks like this Cavalier comp might be contested. I'm not sure if he's going to stick with this or not. Maybe he tries to go fast stay and play like more of a Heimerdinger with these items. Soon to see if he rolls here or not. Okay, it looks like he is going to fast stay and probably pivot away from this comp.
Well, definitely has the potential to head into something along the lines of, say, either Dawnbringers, but we just saw a Karma 2 coming out there. What I'd be more surprised to see would be, the one thing that I really think Arfs is looking for here is a Shadow Glove. If you were to try to look for these Abomination units to carry you into the late game here, being able to go up to 5 Abomination would be massive, but As we look at here, we've run into perfect slumbers yet again, and this is just a board where Karma's going to run rampant.
Yeah.
Not a lot of these units are going to die, and even the Victor here, who is the big carry for the meantime, is just going to get clumped up. You see the Karma just one-shotting everything there. That's the real reason why you don't want to stack in a lot of these lobbies, is because there's a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, grouping up against Karma never feels great. Your whole backline just gets deleted right there. It took a little while to cast on that backline, but when she did, she just one-shot everything. The Abomination was not enough to lock it down, unfortunately. Oh, some nice items here. Death Cap and Shadow Death Cap. Is he going to pick one of those up? Or will he go more Morello? No, he goes for the Shadow Death Cap. I like it. I will off the Abomination for now as well. I expect he'll get away from these Abomination units, most likely, at level 8. Depends what units he's hitting.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit the Vel'Koz there, and he's already got the Zyra on the bench. We did see
so
that.
There's 4 Spellweaver here. Will he go for something spicy here, or will he just sit and chill?
Exactly. We saw that as an option in one of the earlier games. I don't think it worked out that well, if I remember correctly. But he does have the option here at 4-2 to start pivoting towards that. The Caustic Death Cap, you know, can be a big improvement. Sometimes can be a little bit of a curse. That's the design of those shadow items, I guess. Getting the Zephyr on the level 1 Warwick, of course, we're going to be happy with that. But TXE, he's found the Jax, so he has stayed skirmishers. Also, has managed to find a skirmisher spatula. So not in too bad a position here as he looks to his mid game.
Looks like the skirmisher is just going to be a little bit brought down to earth here as the Abomination comes in. That Abomination is not only extraordinarily tanky, but also heals a lot as well with that Shadow Death Cap. So it's going to provide a lot of sustain of damage into this composition here, especially because the Victor just provides it more shields.
Okay, selling the Zyras. So
looks like he is going to go for that 4-5 roll down. So interesting to see how his board changes. Looks like he wanted to get Morden, decided against that. Yeah, I think he will roll down next turn. So I'm really curious to see, who's his carry going to be. Does he keep the Abomination units? I'm pretty sure he's going to get away from Victor. We'll have to see what he hits here.
Yeah, well, he's definitely struggling to get through this Hecarim on the front line, who is just getting bigger and bigger. Despite losing a little bit of health due to the Shadow Warmogs, doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. And with an extra almost 200 AP now on the side of the Hecarim, yeah, too easy for that to finish off Scion there. So, as you said, we're going into Carousel now, and then we'll have a look at this roll down from Arfs, potentially to see where they go. We're just having a look at the Carousel for the moment. Okay, Creamy sitting up the top here.
Yeah, wants a shadow item, most likely. Probably Shadow Bow. Oh, they both got taken. He won't be happy with that. How many is he? Only got one shadow item. What's he going to go for here? Looks like he does want that belt. Doesn't get it. Unfortunately, gets last pick here. Not sure what to take. Ends up taking a 1 gold Negatron, perhaps maybe a Chalice. Yeah, only has 2 shadow items. Definitely wants to find the other 2 to get the most out of this Forgotten trait.
Okay.
Level 8
Here's
roll
the roll down.
Here we go. What's he going to go for here? What's he going to hit? Looks like he might stick with this A-bomb. He hits the...
Yeah.
That's the 4th A-bomb. Hits a good item for it as well.
Nunu took a big pickup here, trying to hit all your upgrades to power up that A-bomb as well. And manages to find Tarek too. Just has really strong all-around units here, but doesn't manage to find a Heimerdinger there. So, while not exactly weak, not exactly the strongest point as well, running into this Squid too. I mean, we were talking about seeing redeemed. That's a 3-star Leona and a really strong Squid.
Whoa! Vel'Koz is going to be packing a punch there. He's got a jeweled gauntlet on. I was about to say on each hand, but I guess he'd only have them on like 2 out of the potentially 8 tentacles. Is a squid? Does a squid have 8 tentacles? Yeah. Okay. Might need to do some googling here, but either way.
Some squid anatomy for regionals, but yeah, unfortunately couldn't take it down there.
I've been brushing up on the wrong things, clearly.
Yeah, like Frosty said, it's looking at Heimerdinger. Oh, finds a Teemo. Do you play that? I guess you would play that. There's also Rise 2 is also really nice. In a great spot. Just gotta find a better carry than this Victor, but definitely in a really nice spot here.
Just thinking about that second Invoker there putting in, but we'll have a look at Fortune Chosen now, sitting unfortunately at the bottom of the lobby and sadly at the moment below the cutoff to make it into that top 16. So at 9 points total, he's got 2 games to turn it around, and it doesn't look like game 4 is necessarily going to be that game so far. Just not amazing items on that Vlad. Cavspat, Shojin, and Gwinsu's mean that he's not doing the job that he kind of wants it to do there. We've got Hecarim versus Hecarim just trying to steal AP off each other, I guess, with the double Ionic Spark. I've got no idea how that interaction works, but I know it's going to be very tough for Fortune Chosen's Hecarim when the other one has a Draven backing them up.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fortune Chosen finds himself on the unfortunate spot of being in between all of your 3-star units here, and has been trying to roll down and try to hit some of these power spikes, but I mean, this is the one downside to playing a reroll composition. Sometimes you just don't hit, and it looks like this game is just not Fortune Chosen's to win, so it's all going to come down to mitigation here, you know? Where exactly can Fortune Chosen finish on the leaderboard to be able to bring themselves back for game number 5?
Yeah, he's 2 off Hecarim 2. Hecarim 3, I should say. I found a Nico as well. Is that enough to really stabilize him? He's going to roll down here, try and hit the Hecarim 3, and then level up to 7. So maybe he can spike here. Will it be enough though? He's only 11 HP, but can he? How's he get this ball going to go? Hits the Hecarim 3. That's kind of big. See what else he goes for here. Only has 1 3-star though. Definitely not as capped as the Cavalier comp we saw last game. Also has a potential Northern 3. Will he slam the Nico on this Northern 3? I think he just have to. I don't think he can hold on any longer. He's going to do that. So 2 3-stars in this comp now. Definitely a lot stronger. This is enough to stabilize him for a top 6, top 4.
As you say, 11 health. At level stage 5, you cannot afford to hold on to that any longer. He's got the Spatula just sitting on the bench. And yeah, sure, he's at Cav 3 with that Spatula, but even that might not be enough. The Hecarim 3 is going to be holding its own for a little while, but unfortunately it's stuck on the front line against a single Leona, and it needs to be A, leeching more health off more units, and B, doing damage to the ones that really matter, and it's not going to be enough. Even with that last minute decision, Fortune Chosen will be the first one to leave the lobby in game 4.
Yes, we go to TXC. Has a Nico in shop. Is that better than a full item? I don't think so. I think you just take the full item here. He's already got the Jax too. Does pick up that Risk Thirster. Is he gonna go on Jax as well? I'm not sure. Still has that Spatula as well. Double Bloodthirster Jax. I like this board. Also has a Kindred in there too with the Rise for Mystics. Also has Zev, has a lot of tools. Hopefully he can start to win streak. He is 23 health, a bit low, but this board is looking interesting. Did end up playing the Skirms as we bought earlier in the game when he was playing those Nidleers, so see how he goes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll get to see this interaction next up. Does that mean he loses double the health for playing the 2 Risk Thirsters, right?
I believe so. It's a big health loss there, as you see. The Risk Thirster really living up to its name for sake. Being an absolutely big risk, but the Skirmisher Shield providing enough safety to be able to scale back up here for the meantime. The big question is it going to be enough against this absolutely massive squid? The tag team between Syndra and Vel'Koz working wonders here. And, I mean, the Jax looks like it's just going to barely be enough. Too much life gain.
This Jax is lit. I agree with that. 6.5k damage. Dance around all the squid ults. Very, very lit. I like that. Will he roll here? I'm not sure what he'd be rolling for me. Like a Pan 3 is 4 off.
I mean, yeah, like he says it's lit, but it kind of just feels like it's a worse version of having them Runins, right? I mean, Runins gives you some extra, healing by firing out the extra bolt, if I'm not incorrect there. So he's kind of just doing the same healing, but not getting the extra, the multiple target damage that really can start to set Jax off and make him a bit more consistent of a carry here.
Yeah, hits the Zephyr on the Yasuo. It's a really nice start as a Shadow. Zephyr as well, so it's a long time. But obviously, now Yas has extra stats. Can this Jax kill the Yas, or will the Yas just tear through the team?
Yasuo is
Well,
starting
as
to
long as
scale up, and the Yasuo has
Mhm.
started targeting down the Jax first. It looks like this is a one-sided fight. Mordekai's are providing a little bit too much frontline against the board of TXE here, and it looks like TXE is going to go down to 1 hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, those kind of fights can just go down so much to who targets who first. And if the Yasuo targets the Jax first, then yeah, sometimes that's all she wrote. So TXE down to 1 life now, pretty much on 10 health. And it's gonna go for the Trap Claw. Okay.
Yeah, triple trap claw in a lobby, and I believe there was a Karma player in there as well. So this is going to be a Karma player's worst nightmare. Having to face off against not 1, not 2, but 3 potential trap claws here is not really what you want to be seeing on the side of whoever starts to play that composition. Honestly.
Oh, he missed a Pantheon. I'm crying. It's okay. Yeah, maybe goes Pantheon 3. Also gets a Viego as well. That'll help him out a little bit. Try and see some of that backline he's struggling to get to. It's another Jax, so is he going to go for the Jax 3 Dream? He's on 1 life though. Doesn't have any money left, so this is just his board. Also found another Pantheon. But this might just be where he dies. If this Viego can actually CC this Karma though, that might go a long way to him winning this fight. So did jump on the Karma, it's going to hold theirs. There it is. Can it take it down through the Dawn Ring above? Oh, I guess CC'd unlucky. Close fight.
Yeah, but he's buying himself a lot of time, right? Even if he's not getting it, he does eventually end up converting the Karma. It just buys time for the Jax to ramp up. And once Jax gets to, maybe 3 dot attack speed with a double wrist thirster there, it seems pretty unlikely that he's going to go down from that point. Now, yeah, as you said, he's kind of run out of money here. So the chances that he finds that Jax 3 kind of dipping pretty low, but he's upgraded with a Viego. There's another one. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Up to 7 Jaxes.
Do you sell the Pantheon? Yes, he is. Okay. Needs to find 2 more. Needs to live here, I think. He needs to get to neutrals and econ up a bit more. And then if he can get to like 6-2 armory, maybe there's an eco there as well. Oof.
I mean, I honestly don't know about that choice. What do you think, Frosty? Because I mean, he's coming up to neutrals. The chances that he was actually going to find, let alone have the money to get Jax 3 there, just seems super low. And I think I would have preferred to see him wait until neutrals and just bank up, 20 or 30 gold to try and give himself that win condition.
It's a play that is highly dependent on your play style, and it shows me that TXE is less concerned with trying to stabilize here, more concerned with trying to come first, right? Hitting a Jax 3 would be a play where you try to go for first, but it looks like running into the border Creamy here is just a bit too strong. Looks like it's going to close out TXE's game here. We'll have to see if Perfect Slumbers goes down as well. I think that even if Perfect Slumbers does, TXE will still be heading out in 6th here for the time being.
Well, I guess having a crack at it was the correct choice. Not that it mattered, really. We can see the 4 full complement of shadow items there buffing up Creamy's board. Even has a very nice looking Viego down the bottom. Banshee's Claw, Ice Cream, as well as the GA. Gives him a lot of options there. It means if you can correctly position him to get on the carry, chances are, he's probably going to deal with them.
That Banshee Claw is probably one of my favorite utility shadow items. I love getting that item late game. Particularly against a Viego, actually. It's actually a lot of fun using that item. But yeah, very strong board. Has the 4 shadow items now. Very, very strong. Hits the Rise too as well. No Rise items, but still a really strong board. Has the Kindred as well for the extra protection for Draven. Looking like a really, really strong comp here.
Yeah, something interesting to note is that Creamy has been positioning this with the Dark Frozen Heart here. And Dark Frozen Heart does affect your own units as well, so being bunched up with Viego means that this Viego is going to head out a little bit slower. Runs into the board of Bantu, who is on 1 life. And this is an important match for Creamy as well, mind you.
Oh.
Creamy really needs all the points that he can get heading into these final 2 games here, finding himself in the bottom 8 here as well. So a big win, knocking out Banter here would be massive for his chances. And as the squid goes down here, it seems almost inevitable that we're going to see Creamy heading into the top 3.
Wow. It seemed like a pretty good redeemed board there, but yeah, not enough.
Oh, Nunu 3 versus Maw. This will be interesting. Oh, okay, never mind. Maw just goes pow and just whacks in the face. That's okay. Yeah, look at that. Nunu 3. Very interesting board. So this is... did find that Heimerdinger that we were talking about earlier. Sold the Victor. Very interesting board. I love that. I just can't keep my eyes off that Nunu. That Nunu is amazing. I love it.
I love a carry Nunu. Unfortunately, he decided to stuff his face with Mordekaiser's mace there rather than taking him down wholesale. But we'll see if he can potentially make it to the next carousel and find maybe another item. Because, yeah, honestly, stacking out the Nunus can be pretty good. He's also looking for that Heimer too with the second on the bench. That could be a big deal. A stun on the Viego in the back line means once again, he's really struggling to make headway, and the Scion is just the death knell there for Amy.
Yeah, really interesting tech choice here from Arfs here that I absolutely adore is the Thresh. Now, he doesn't exactly have anything to, complement the Thresh here. I believe it's only in for the Night bonus, no Forgotten or anything like that. But it's just really solid against a lot of the compositions that we see. It's very good against Dawnblade and Creamy being able to single out those Dravens and those Yasuos respectively.
Speaking of Yasuo, Dawnblade did hit that Yasuo 3 and a Maud. He is win streaking. He also has a Skirm spat as well on that Maud. No trait though, I don't think. But can Arfs find a way to deal with Dawnblade? Yeah, this will be an interesting fight. Just hit the Yas3. Looking forward to see how this plays out.
Darius 2 as well is going to be helping.
Oh, that Diana hits the entire team. Wow.
That was just
gross.
That was
incredible.
That was absolutely
massive. Matter, though? This front line is not dying. But unfortunately, Heimer's dead. Yasuo is still alive. He's going to get through the rest of his team. Is Arfs going to live here? Oh, not quite. And Dawn is a double knockout. Dawn wins the lobby. Very nice. That Yas 3 was just too much.
Wow. Okay, that was a very quick finish there. Just all of a sudden, Dawnglade hits the 3-star, and the game just says, "Nah, look, give it up, guys. It's done. There's no way that we're going to be able to push through and beat the annoying mid laner himself." So yeah, okay. We see the Yasuo 3 coming out there. Obviously, a pretty capped composition. Heimer was doing okay, but not quite well enough. What else are we taking out of game 4 there, Frosty?
There was a lot of different things there. It seems like a lot of players are still choosing to prioritize trying to go for those Forgotten boards there. Cavaliers not exactly having the best game that we talked about when the Cavaliers get going. Didn't really get going that game, and thus we see it falling down relatively early there. That's the big deal with reroll comps for the most part. But we're going to be heading over into Escher's lobby here as we've still got 4 players still alive, and I mean, Escher rocking 4 Mystics, 6 Forgotten, level 9 here. Truly a capped Forgotten board.
Damn.
It looks like the enemies, that's a Heimerdinger with the double Archangel stuff there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Escher is going to get knocked out. Chubby Bunny, way too strong there. We saw Chubby play Heimerdinger earlier as well. He's enjoying that unit.
That's
very
a
close to lobby.
Yeah, look at the amount of health that Ziggs has with Very Dark Blue buff and 1 each of the Archangels. That's a hell of a Hellion composition. Now, we talked about this earlier, right? Was it? No, it was Timo's dad that was playing a lot of those Hellions into late game. As you can see there, it's 5 Hellion, 4 Mystic. They've also even teched on the Spellweavers to Poppy.
Yeah,
Played fully stacked out with items.
Shout out to Candyland from set 3. That was 3.
Yeah!
He's looking really, really strong. Really like it. Just going to see how this lobby plays out. Everyone's on pretty much 1 life. 13, 3, 1. Everyone's really low. Slick Jim is fighting the Heimer Chubby's Ghost. So it could be a double knockout here if Chubby can win both fights here. Oh, that Squid though just deleted the entire team. Oof.
This very well could be the last fight as well, as Amazing is looking to take that out in level 9 with Squid. Chubby Bunny goes down. Jim Jam.
Another double KO. Amazing with the redeem. Yep. Okay, that game comes to an end with a double KO just like Dawnglade. And Redeemed actually winning a lobby. I think that might be the first time we've seen Redeemed do that well. So keep an eye on that squid, I reckon, into the next game.
Yeah, definitely been struggling. I mean, talking about struggling, amazing. He was actually down in 19th spot with only 9 points, so that's certainly going to help him try and get through to the next tournament here to round out set 5. And you know what? There we go. Game 4 is done. We've got one more, guys. We're going to determine who makes that top 16, who walks away with the cash in the top 8. We'll be back with Game 5 very shortly. This is Oceania's TFT Reckoning mid-set invitational. We are now in the final game of it, and we're going to find out who walks away the top 16 going towards our next competition, as well as the top 8 who walk away with some money. We're just gonna get an updated scoreboard in a sec. I think this one's from the last game, and as you can see there, Jim Jam was at the top. I can let you guys know right now, he's actually still at the top. He picked up 7 points with that second place in game 4, and he, as you can see now, and the switcheroo there is going to be on 28 points. Just behind him, Arfs and Gora. Gage is also doing pretty well, and look at that. It's quite the drop-off there. We've got a few players on 19, and that's going to make it pretty spicy in terms of who gets down the bottom there into that top 8, but also a lot of players on 17, and that means even some fan favorites like Escher are going to be struggling to make it through to the Dawn of Heroes tournament when that comes out in a couple of months' time. But sitting here on 2-1, a Peanut has a Morgana, and he has 2 Yasuos already.
How many 3-cost units does he want? He's got 4 already. He's got the Yasuo pair as well, double rod. Interesting opener. Very expensive board right now. 3, 6, 9 gold, 10 gold board at the moment. Also has the Yasuo pair. Interesting to see what he goes for off this armory. Yeah, it could be a Yas game if you can find some of the items for him.
Definitely, I'd say that, it's a board that is very reliant on trying to get that win streak going, a very expensive board, as you mentioned, Kraves. It's mostly played simply so that you can just play the most powerful units, right? A lot of 3 costs in this set rely on, just having a lot of power put behind them. In the past, it was very often that you'd sell off your 3 costs just to try to prioritize eco. No longer the case anymore. See a lot of players choosing to hold on to them here.
Yeah, the power of 3 costs in this set has really been one of the big changes, I feel. Almost every 3-cost unit in this set is just really high impact. Nidalee's good, Nocturne's pretty good, Lee Sin's good, Pantheon. Like, there's so many strong 3-cost units that you almost never sell them anymore if you hit them early enough.
Okay, so we see Escher there going for the cloak over the shadow cloak. He's already slammed the RFC. Does this say almost certainly that he's going to play Yasuo?
Yeah, good Yas items. Has half a Hurricane as well. Your only turn-off would be, Peanut does have 2 already, but still, like we've mentioned in this broadcast, there is enough for 2 people to go Yas. You just play more of a tempo-based Yas rather than a reroll level 3, so definitely could play Yasuo in this spot. Interesting to see if he does want to go for it. Does slam the half a Negatron there, so interesting to see what he goes for off the carousel. If he does go for this Hurricane, then maybe, that signals a Yas game here.
The spear from Callista there, not quite enough to put a dent in Nocturne. And he slammed the Bleak Zeeks already there, so potentially sticking with that. Never know, as we've seen, Draven uses that item extremely well. So could be the secondary option there. Yasuo's seeming to show their faces a lot here in Game 5. And a Bloodthirster and a Last Whisper here, as well as an early couple of skirmishes on the board. So Arfs also seems to have some direction. Looks like a lot of players have got their paths cut out for them here in Game 5.
Yeah, happy with his direction. Went level 5. Neofire just went level 5 as well, so there's 2 players level 5 for this fight. Will they fight each other here? Neofire, no, not quite. He's going to fight Multiply instead. Strongly on the front line. But yeah, 2 players level 5 early. Really trying to push that win streak into neutrals.
Yep, there is a Syndra too over on the other side of the board that is going to pop the Bloodthirster's shield here, and even though Arf's managed to take the level up, I wouldn't be surprised to see that, the Syndra could end up just pulling off a few shenanigans here, especially as the fight tends to go on a little bit longer. You see the amount of damage that these 2-star redeemed units can put in, and it's so hard to kill him, so even though Arf's levels up there, that's a backbreaker for him. Takes the loss and is unable to continue the win streak.
Yeah, that might be the worst feeling. You're trying to go for a win streak, you level aggressively, you press F, and then you just hit a wall, hit a Syndra 2, hit a Leona with Warmogs, and just, unfortunately his economy is going to be quite low for the rest of this stage now. That really hurts him a lot.
Yeah, Lee Sin with a spatula would be a pretty high tier pickup from the carousel, but it's Lee Sin with a shadow spatula. So you can't make him into that assassin that a few comps like to tech in. And, when you pair him up with, say, a Diana and in that Nightbringer's composition, sometimes with the Yasuo, the two comboing in the back line and getting crits off with their ults can be very devastating. But, who knows? Maybe that was someone picking that up and just selling it for something like an A-bomb spat. But now we're having a look at Multiply. As we saw, the Diana very good at stalling out and did enough to help out Multiply win the last round. And now he's going to start slamming. We see the Shojin go down there on our Syndra.
That's right.
Yeah, looks like Redeem is sneaking up on us a little bit in these last couple of games. This could very well be a Squid game. Early Syndra 2 is going to be able to sustain him pretty much until level 7, level 8. So he could just fast 8 here, or he could roll 7, but this board will be stable for a while. Put in the Riven as well, which gives him just a really strong 3-cost tune. Also has Legionnaire with the Aatrox. So decided to, just drop the Varus for now. He's like, okay, Riven's a better unit. I really value this Riven. So yeah, interesting play to play Riven over the Varus here, but I definitely agree with it.
Yeah, I feel like Varus, unless, you're using him in some of those specific situations, like, say, in a bulldozer, something like that, he can be a little bit weak, honestly. And, I mean, I even saw a very detailed analysis on the competitive TFT subreddit not too long ago. I don't know if you guys saw that, and it was talking about how useful it is to have in redeemed units if they are above whatever trait you have going. So say above 3, playing 4 redeemed over 3 redeemed, for instance. And the math came out to show it actually doesn't help you a whole lot. The stats you're getting don't flow down that well unless you are sitting at 3 or 6 exactly. And sometimes or most times even, you're better off just trying to find another trait to go along with that.
Great recognition from Multiplier here, though, choosing to try to make a little bit of gold, trying to head into the final stages here. Runs into Timo's dad, who does have a Riven 2 with a Shadow Locket here, and this might just be the kryptonite to Multiplier's board. There's a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness coming out here. It just looks like I don't think there's enough from Multiplier here. I think that this might just be it.
Yeah, Syndra 2 does a lot of damage and she's chipping away at them. But here we go with the overtime buff. All of a sudden, the big big magic damage hits are enough, and an almost 6k damage there in stage 2 from Syndra. Multiply is so damn happy with that, keeping the 4 win streak going into Krugs.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive as well. I think overtime is bigger, not overtime, Redeemer's biggest strength is overtime because everything gets doubled, right? You get double the amount of AP, so suddenly the Syndra, that definitely hurts a little bit, is suddenly hitting like an absolute truck, and a lot of the time, the Syndra with the Shojin is going to be able to get more and more casts off in that overtime attack speed buff there, so yeah, not surprised to see him take it down there, but very fortunate managing to keep that win streak alive.
Yeah, so do you think he's sticking with the redeemed here? We just saw them get a gold bubble, and the Aphelios and the Rise came out. Going to sell both of those. Ooh, is he thinking about Bulldozer?
Definitely the
possibility.
possibility.
Angle potentially. If he gets a Shadow Final Whisper on the Armory, maybe he'll start thinking about it. Definitely has to see his Armory first, so will he get if he gets more of a rod like Dual Gauntlet, I think he might play towards Squid. But if he gets more of a Final Whisper option, then maybe he goes for the Bulldozer here.
So the open glove giving him some options there, as Kareem points out. He's going to be up against this Lux here with a couple of items slammed. This Leona just constantly buying so much time for the Syndra with the Shojin to do damage upon damage, somehow dodging a bit of damage there from the opposing Syndra. It's only a level 1, and yeah, that's enough. The Warmog seems to be a little bit more effective than that Gargoyle Stone Plate, so still on 96 health Multiply, we get to see that Armory. Now, it's going to be the Rod, and that seems to be a fair bit of direction, as we were saying. Still going to pick up the second Pantheon, though. So what are you thinking now, Creams, that we've seen this? If he doesn't slam it, does that mean...
This makes me think he does want to... I'm not sure what he's doing. He might be a bulldozer, to be honest. Because if you're going to play Squid, you want to go 7, 8, things like that. You're not rolling for Squid at 6. So this makes me think he does want to bulldoze. Even though he doesn't have a final Whisper item, but... Interesting decision. Decided to level and just roll down the 20 gold, puts the dual gauntlet in.
Oh.
Interesting to see that. I am really... I'm not really happy with this, but I like the Squid. I want to see Squid, to be honest, but it's okay. Maybe he's going to bulldoze. Have to see what item he goes for off the carousel.
Yeah, definitely the case. It could just be a roll down just to try to cement some power here, you know, try to keep the win streak alive more often than not. But I would say that the biggest spike here is probably going to be the final Whisper if he wants to try to go for it. So I'd say that multiply, trying to go for this dual gauntlet here is more indicative that it's probably just going to be a Squid game more often than not. The Pantheon 2 is a very good stopgap in between, right? It still benefits pretty greatly from everything that's going on this board, so overall a pretty solid pickup.
I mean, would it help you guys to know that currently Multiply is sitting in equal last position on 9 points, and I think actually has to get, if he gets 8 points from a first place, that puts him up to 17. Actually, I don't think he can make it through. Just looking at the scoreboard right now, there's several players on 17 who will at least move up to 18, even if they get a last place finish.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. It's actually
I don't think he can.
for him because he'll go 17. Everyone gets at least 1 point, so there's no way for him to make it. So maybe he's just going to bring out the memes and go for the bulldozer in the last game. We'll have to see what he goes for here.
Yeah, noticing Arf's board here has chosen to roll it down at level 6, and I mean, looking at the board is just overall not that strong, and Arf's is in a position here where Arf's does need to get going a little bit, you know, in second place, so is trying to play for a really strong finish up today to try to get a cash prize. So finding yourself in that position there is not exactly where you want to be, but more likely than not, probably just going to be staying safe. Don't think he can get eliminated at 25 points. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, his second pick here. Is he going to get that shadow? Oh, did he get it? I can't quite see. No, he did not get it. I think Escher yoinked it from him. That's very rude, but...
just typing in something there.
Chat as well. Unfollowed, unsubscribed. Escher's lost a viewer forever, but... looks like he went for the bow instead, so just going to see what he goes for.
Okay, so that was we did see an RFC Jax there with the Shadow Runins. We're going to see another Shadow Runin slammed here. It's on the Udia 2, who honestly, by the end of stage 3, you know, is not that great. Even with 3 items, honestly, a 3 skirmisher is a bit questionable. Might survive him. Might survive doing that damage for a little bit longer, but you really want to start transitioning that out to the Jax as soon as you can. Unfortunately, it's not up to him. It's up to Mortdog. So I guess we'll just have to see when he hits.
Mortdog is a cruel master when it comes to the fates of these players here, but alas, we have to make do with his wins heading into the final few games here. And I mean, isn't it interesting how we use the lead developers nowadays as, you know, the subjects as to our RNG most of the time, you know, complaining to Mortdog as such. Pretty sure. Look, Mortdog may or may not be flipping a few switches in the back here. I guess we'll never know, but I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure he's built himself a backdoor into the game where he's able to just, you know, tap into any game at any time and just, you know, personalize a shop. I'm sure it happened.
I am not liking this position at all. He 5 skirm, his economy... I mean, it's okay. The Draconic will bring his economy back a little bit, but the other issue is it looks like he wants to play Jax from this spot, but here is Escher with a Jax, so it might be a little bit contested.
Oh, and?
Has the 6 skirms.
Yeah, and he's got the Force of Darkness there. So remember, we
okay.
saw Escher take that that Shadow Spatula off the carousel, and he wasn't just denying it; he was making the big boy play there. Because you got to remember, Escher is down on 17 health at the moment. Sorry, 17 points overall. That's the cutoff. He's actually below 16th at the moment. And Force of Darkness. I think there was someone, was it you, Frosty, last night, who was sort of talking about when to take Force of Darkness and when not to. Give me a read on Escher's position at the moment. Obviously, in terms of sort of his position overall in the tournament, he needs to make something happen. Is his position on the board one that supports a Force of Darkness?
Well, considering that he's got 6 skirmishes in right about now, I'd say that it supports it fairly well for the time being. Doesn't exactly have the highest unit quality quite yet, and is about to go up to 9 units that he can put in. So this roll down is going to be a fairly plentiful one that we're about to see at 4-1. There's going to be a lot of things that Escher can try to look to transition to. Most notably things like Ironclad to synergize with the Jax, but also, say, potentially Mystics as well. Potential for a lot of Dragon Slayers too. We see 2 Rises being picked up. Even heck a Nautilus in there as well, but yeah, there we're gonna see that picked up too. Kinds of Nidalee too. And there's just so many things that Escher can hit from here on out. This is where Force of Darkness really shines, is after you take these big roll down turns. And you've got a lot of gold to make use of them.
Interesting. As you said, what kind of things do you look to put on the end of a skirmisher composition once you get past that level 8, if that's usually the point where you're putting in extra stuff? Yeah, exactly. Rel, your Viego, of course, is going to come in, but yeah, putting in 4 Dragon Slayers. Unfortunately, a lot of those, I feel like you're hitting more so at level 8, right? So taking the level 7 roll down, of course, it makes sense here, but it does make it unlikely that he's going to hit several of those. I mean, even something like a Darius would be a hit, especially it just allows you to get more of that AD in, right?
Well, definitely.
Did not pick up the Death Blade. Thought he might have taken that. Went with the Banshee Claw. Took 18 from that loss. It was only a 3-unit loss, but with the Force of Darkness, he's taking a lot more damage. Took 18. Hopefully he can spike a little bit more here. He does need that Pantheon pair. Hits the Morgana pair as well. That gives you Mystic and Nightbringer, so a bit more frontline, a bit more tankiness. Really looking for that Jax too, though, and the Pantheon too. That'll definitely spike his board up a lot. But yeah, a little surprised he didn't take the Deathblade there. I mean, Deathblade's not my favorite item, to be honest, but I feel like you do need to cap out this Jax. But we'll have to see. I guess he just values the track floor on this Jax so he does not get CC'd, and maybe look up for an item on the carousel.
Yeah, I mean, surely he's going to put it, he won't put it on the Jax, right? Yeah, you can see him putting it on the Nidalee there, so he gets the protection and gives himself the option to keep going there. I mean, I think one of the things is Jax 1 is so squishy, and the fact that he has the Force of Darkness at least means, the front line should be sticking around for longer, right? There's just more units for the opposition to chew through. It doesn't matter how much damage they're doing. Like someone like this Draven who can just one-shot a bunch of units if you can get through. Takes another loss. It's only 8 damage, but you can see Escher starting to get a little bit stressed.
There's a big pressure point on him on the item that he's chosen to make here, and in reality, I mean, we talked about Escher hitting some big units. Escher didn't really find what he wanted to find here. We talked about trying to hit all these big upgrades. I mean, all his skirmishes are still 1 star. They rely on max health shield as well. Escher is even considering just selling off a 2-star forecast in the form of a Rise here, just to be able to try to get that little bit more power against the rest of the lobby here. Escher's in a dire spot.
You could see him scouting around there, and I think what I saw in his eyes was like, can I beat these boards? How many am I going to be okay against? What do I need to slam? As you say, that the level 1 skirmishes are just put him at such a disadvantage, and he kind of had to roll down in a way, I guess, because otherwise, if he wasn't improving his board at all, then he's just going to take even more damage with that Fawn made. So luckily he does grab a win here against Chubby Bunny, but Oh, man, he really needs that level 8 and the extra opportunities it affords him. He's not first pick. There is a Viego on the board.
Yeah, will he value the Viego or will he value the Jax item here? Viego's
Oh.
taken, so that narrows his focus. Goes for the sword. It looks like he's going to go for Bloodthirster here. Already has that Negatron. Could also go GA if he wants to remove that Negatron with the with the remover, but I think this will be a Bloodthirster. Already has the Banshee's Claw, so I don't think GA is needed. Just use that verse to get some tank itemization going.
Ugh, reverse ingots. The Judas there taking away the Viego from him at least. He's going to get a lease in 2 in. And yeah, look, putting the Bloodthirster on the Jax honestly is a pretty big deal. What do you guys think about best in slot items for Jax at the moment? I mean, when he sort of started out as a skirmisher carry, most people were putting Shadow QSS on him, but that doesn't seem to be favored all that much anymore. So, Frosty, where would you see him if you could just choose any 3 items?
Well, I like 2 of the items on him right now. I'd say that the 3rd in slot is fairly flexible. So I really like the Shadow Hurricane and the Bloodthirster here. I think that, you know, him choosing to try to get the final item on the Jax here, being that Bloodthirster, was a very smart choice. And then the RFC it's nice. Jax does tend to get CC'd quite a bit, especially if you put him on the front line. But you can go for that Shadow QSS as well. Notably, it has fallen off in favor simply because skirmishers rely on maximum health and you're getting rid of health. So it's got a few options that you can go with there, but I still think that Escher's itemization here is very good.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Obviously, there was a patch change at some point where skirmishers were getting, they used to get a flat shield. I think it was 600 if you were at 6 skirmishers. And now, as you say, yeah, it does depend on your max health. So taking some of that away also removes some of the shield you're getting from that trait bonus. Of course, the Banshee's Claw there is still affording Jax some protection from CC. Dangerously, he's sitting right in the middle at the moment, and if that squid cast is going to get onto the Jax pretty soon. Luckily, it was 1 hex away, so by the time the beam had widened, Jax still had just enough health to keep himself going.
Yeah, but look at this squid here. This composition is absolutely tanky, but it doesn't matter. The Jax is barely able to cut through everything there. The Tron was running an adequate amount of support. Escher's gonna live for another day.
I mean, at this point, are you just donkey rolling and hoping to get a Jax 2 somehow, or are you playing, you know, a risky game trying to get up to level 8 and then going down again? What would you do in this spot, Grames?
Well, it's a tough call. I mean, he doesn't have a Jax pair, but I don't think he can just sit on this board. How much? He's got 12 gold, right? He can maybe sell the Maud pair for 20, but I feel like level 8, I mean, 30 health, it's a dicey call, to be honest. If you roll down and don't hit Jax, you know, you don't get any stronger, but then if you risk it and go 8, then you're guaranteed to get stronger, so it's like, you know, what do you value? Do you just go first? Oh, he's going to roll here. There is a Jax pair, right? He needs 1 more Jax, and he'll pretty much be where he wants to be in terms of capping. Find a cannon pair as well. I think you have to just donkey here. Thinking about putting Lulu, but over the rise maybe. It's the cannon pair. But yeah, like I said, he didn't hit unfortunately, so it kind of feels bad, but he got a little bit stronger, which is, I think, fine. I don't think going 8 has much value here, so I don't mind this play at all. I think it's fine.
Yeah, when Escher finds himself with the Force of Darkness here, every single loss becomes so much more scary, especially heading into Stage 5, where the amount of wiggle room that you've got in terms of health just isn't really there anymore. And in reality, you've already got 9 units in. You probably don't need to head level 8. So we see Reversing is getting chunked out just because of the sheer unit quality that Escher's got. And Escher has assumed the Prage position now, just praying to more dogs.
Praying for a Nico here. Will he get it? He needs a Nico. First he needs an Armory, and then he needs a Nico. Will he hit it? Will he hit the Jax 2 right here?
Ooh, okay, we do get the Armory, but unfortunately no Nico option is available. Honestly, none of those. Oh, he does get the Viego. That's pretty big. He's got the option for Diana there as well. Unfortunately, he sold his Mordekaisers recently, so we're not gonna get Dragon Slayer 4 anytime soon, but man, that Viego's a big spike. He's even got the chance to put a Guardian Angel on it as well, which can certainly help in making it a little more reliable, a little more consistent. But man, he's just really hoping to hit that 15% Jax, and I mean, once he does that, honestly, he will be in a good spot.
Yeah, got rid of the Ironclads and values the 3 Mystic, which is really smart in this lobby. There's a lot of AP
Ooh.
running around, such as this Redeem player, Heimerdinger, Velkor, Syndra. So yeah, just drop the Ironclad altogether. Very interesting. Yeah, see if he can pull, get a 5 streak going, just win streak into Carousel, and maybe just look for a top 4 here.
It looks
Wow,
like this
Jax.
Jax is just not taking any damage here. I mean, big Heimer shot, though, on the other hand, is being able to toss around, and it looks like the Jax is just barely out healing, and Escher is starting to get a little bit pumped up here. We're going to see can he hold out? He just needs to hold out for a top 4 here, and the likelihood that he'll make it through to the finals is going to be realized.
Okay, the Volibear on the bench. He's thinking about using a magnetic remover here.
Yeah, remove the
of
Zephyr so he can
course.
drop it again. I like that play. Just optimize the Zephyr value there. I really like it. Just playing it round by round, just trying to get the most value out of every round possible so he can, aim for that top 4 spot.
Yeah, of course, with 16 out of 24 players going through, 2/3, that means you're going to be looking to, a 5th probably to increase his position here on the table. So he does need to get ahead of Chubby Bunny. Oh, that Diana pull is just going to reel the Jack straight in. And all of a sudden, Mordekaiser in this extremely scary Yasuo 3 on the back. How much damage does he take? He's alive! 5
Oh, okay, he's alive. He made it to
remaining.
Carousel. Is Chubby... Alright, this
Chubby's
is the top
gone!
5. Okay, that might be enough for him to move on to regionals. Let's see. Well, there is a Jax right there with a Banshee's Claw. I think he just take that. He's get me there quick. Looks like he is going to get there. There we go. So that is the Jax too. Also has another Banshee Claw, so that will be a frontline claw this time. So yeah,
does
hard to
that
lock down this
stack?
Jax.
I guess is the question there, because obviously the Jax from the carousel, the item's going to pop off that, prioritizing the 3 items that are already on the board. But yeah, tell me, fellas, is that a unique item? Could you double the amount of spells that Jax is able to dodge? How does that work? What if you put one on either side of it?
I'm sure it stacks, doesn't it? Although it only blocks the first ability, so maybe I don't know. That's interesting. I haven't seen double Banshee before. I'm not sure, to be honest.
I know for a fact that they may have changed it for 5.5. I'm not sure whether it's in the game quite yet, though, so might have to just wait and see here. If anything, I'd say it's more likely that it's just one shield for the time being. But a really nice swap by Escher there, dodging out of the way of that Zephyr. Let's see if he's able to take down Multiply strong board here. There goes the Velkors and everything. Looks like Escher may just be making it here.
Yeah, can he win this lobby from here? He's looking really strong. Get the Jax too, trying to take down this Rel right now, but should be okay. The Viego does yoink it. This could be a winnable angle here. He's been very, very strong. Have to see how he goes coming up to neutrals here.
I mean, there are a couple of other strong boards around. You see the Yasuo 3, but the Force of Darkness gives him something that no one else in this lobby has. Just gives him so many tech options. As you can see, the Mystic having Rise there, able to, and the Morgana actually just random CC all over the place. Is some pretty cool options for Escher to try and get a top 4 at the very least. You think maybe if he gets 4, he might be looking pretty solid to make it through, because as we mentioned, he's currently sitting in 17th spot. He didn't have a great day 3, so of the 4 players that were on 17 coming into game 5, he is actually sitting in 3rd because of his placement yesterday. That is the tiebreaker if you end up on equal points.
Yeah, but looking around the rest of the lobby here, it looks like Escher's in a pretty darn good spot, in all honesty, simply because there's not a ton of CC running around right about now, and not a lot of players are, trying to position for Escher's massive board. As you see, Escher is just clinging on for dear life right about now. Is just refusing to go out. There's a chance that Escher could top 4 this lobby.
Alright, will he do a get off play and buy the Teemo by accident? Hopefully he does make that play like yesterday. That was enjoyable. Thinking about selling the Trundle here just to get the Zephyr back. Not sure if that's worth it. Trundle 2 is a bit too high value. Just gonna see if he does make that play. Yeah, Zephyr value is obviously really important at this stage of the game. Try and eliminate one of those carries. Try and buy time for Jax to start stacking up.
It's a real low blow, mate.
Oh.
Well, he does sell the level 2 Trundle. I like it.
Okay.
So just
Yeah, it's actually.
just valuing that Zephyr value instead. Finds a Kindred as well. So that's 4 Mystics, 6 Skirmisher, 10 units. Zephyr ready to go. I'm liking his position here.
I mean, with 4 Mystic in, like, Jax can sit in the middle of that Vel'Koz beam, and he'll just be like, this is like a waterfall, guys. Like, this is just nice, honestly, sitting here, just whacking away with the Bloodthirster. Obviously not something that you get the option to do very often, playing the 6 Skirms board, so it's really nice for him. Text that, and as a result, he places it well. Yasuo 3 goes up into the sky, and Jax gets his time to ramp up without Yasuo being able to build up that true damage just as quickly. Last time, I think he played this board, it was the Diana that got the best of the Jax. This time, it's going to be the Mordekaiser slapping away, and can he win still? The Yasuo is actually pretty low, but no, he gets the killing blow onto our friend there, Viego, and that means he's going to be minus 23. He goes out in 5th place, and that might be enough.
Yeah, it might be enough. It's going to be a bit of a borderline. They're going to be come down to the wire here. Going to have to see how the other results pan out. But yeah, this Yas was just a bit too much. Focused down the Jax once he got through that front line. So, and very interesting Yas items. I got the Dual Gauntlet. It also has that Shadow GA. I like it. Interesting item. Obviously slows down your attack speed once you go under. But I really like these items on Yas actually. Interesting text.
Yeah, obviously the Shadow Ionic there. Ramping up that damage that he pushes, and yeah, level 3. Obviously, that's just he's doing amazingly there. But honestly, the Mordekaiser and the Diana looking very strong as well. I think I've just been informed that it's Peanut's birthday today. Hopefully, his mother's birthday. Okay, he's playing for her. Of course, makes complete sense. I hope they're sharing some ice cream like he is down in that adorable photo of him in the bottom right corner. Is that enough?
Currently, in that bot 8, I think he's ranked 20th right now, so he needs to get that top 16. If he can get a win here, that'll go a long way for him to go regionals. That'd be a great birthday present for him. I'm not sure if the mother wants that, but unfortunately not in the prize pool. Can't buy her a nice gift, but maybe if he goes to regionals and, does well there, he can relay that gift. But yeah, if he can win here, that'll go a long way for him to make the regionals.
Maybe it's like the Oscars, Kareem's. Maybe you get a +1 to bring along on the red carpet as you rock up for regionals, and that's why he wants to do it for Mum, who's supported his gaming journey from day one.
Okay, Mum Dev. Okay, I need to get my mum on the next regional so I can go to Worlds. Good to know. My mum's birthday's around August, so if we can get
that's the secret tech.
Next month, maybe I can make it to Worlds next time. Let's see. But we have to see how it goes. Really strong board, liking these items, like I mentioned. That's a Sherlock. It also has a Zephyr. Has a lot of tools here. Looks like that Zephyr will hit the volley bear, I believe. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, takes the volley out of play. So that means the Yaz just walks to the back line.
Oh, no way.
If we can get through the Soraka here, going to destroy that Karma. That Zephyr was beautiful. I love it.
1, 2, 3. Whacks her down. With that, just incredible. And with a sliver of health left, the Mordekaiser manages to buy a little bit of time for the Yasuo here. The Garen's going to get the burn onto him, but at that point, Yasuo and his pet are going to take the win.
15k damage from this Yasuo. That was incredible. Oh, that Shroud is beautiful. Coming right to 5 gold. Shadow Shroud is pretty much a perfect item almost. Just got to find a way to position it where it's not affecting his own units, but it is a great item to pick up against Karma. It's got a lot of tools here. It's got Zephyr, it's got Locket, Frozen Heart, it's got the Shroud now, so definitely got the tools to close this game out.
So we've got Nowfire and Peanut here, our last two, and just looking at the leaderboard, as you mentioned, Peanut quite low down there on 13, so he really wants this to push him up. Nowfire was actually sitting on 19 points. So a second or a first place here, very potentially. Could see him in some of the cash positions.
Yeah, definitely. And this is potentially the final fight here. Even though with the Garen 2, I'd say Peanut looking pretty darn strong. Going to be a case of whether this Yasuo can be sniped off, and it looks like the CC is coming down fairly reliably. The Yasuo gets popped into a GA state here. The half attack speed does affect Yasuo quite direly. Nice Diana managing to hit up at the back line, and it just barely might be enough. It looks like Peanut's going to be taking a loss here. Now Fire's tournament life still alive.
With 40 plus health though there, that's just enough for him to keep thinking about how he can take the dub here. How can he position the Yasuo? As you say, like the Fallen Guardian Angel is an interesting option there for Yasuo. Of course, it brings him back on 70% health. I'm assuming the Nightbringer buff, only procs the once, so that probably doesn't help him. But yeah, that half attack speed, sure, he's doing big damage because he's at level 3 there, but he only gets a couple of swings there to really make that difference. And that Shadow Shroud here seems to be a big deal, and it's hurting his own units just as much as the opposition's there.
Yeah, interesting positioning. Didn't hit the Karma, didn't hit the Garen. Unfortunately, the Yas is like stuck on this Garen. This Garen is just too tanky at the moment. Karma's just not taking any damage. Unlike that first fight where the Yas just walked to the Karma, this time he just cannot get there. Very tanky frontline Garen 2, Wally 2. Can be really hard to front to back fight here. This will pretty much be the last fight. You take 15 base damage, so Neofire would have to lose by 2 units. But Peanut is on 1 life. Does hit the Morello, that should help him out with that healing against Dawnbringer. So this will be an interesting last fight. Looking forward to seeing, how these players position. Particularly Peanut. Peanut's back's against the wall in the leaderboard. He really needs to, just do as well as he can here. Can he optimize his positioning and make it to regionals off that?
Yeah, I mean, 6 Dawnbringer, that's what, maybe 90% healing. So you're going to cut off, say, 45% of that with the Morello burn there. Hitting a couple of options here. Oh, actually, no, he's already got the Diana too. So what's he really looking for here? What are the upgrades that he could be pushing for at level 8?
I'm not really sure what he was looking for. I think this is just his board. Now it's just a down in position. He's got 10 seconds. He's got to find a way to kill this Karma, really. Maybe get the Frozen Heart on it, try and get this Shroud on it.
You can see he's not even looking at the board
he
last
did shroud
second
the Karma
trying to
this
hit
time,
it.
but it is on the left side, so this is going to be a pretty even fight, I would say. Depends if Yas gets stuck on this Garen for too long.
Oof, you can see the Garen 2 just gets so much health on top of that Warmogs. Now we've got him. He goes down, actually, but without the Runins, Yasuo not hunting down through as many as he can. They're getting stuck on the Daisy. Will Karma get the hit split before they can get her? No! They're on top of her, and that's going to be now Fire taking just a little bit too much damage. Peanut, the one who really needed it. He was down in second last position on those 13 points. Is going to take out the win. And I think he might have just done enough to get him through. We'll get the scoreboard, the final scoreboard up for you guys very shortly just to confirm that. And also be able to share with you the exciting news of who our 16 players will be going through to the final tournament in set 5 later on this year. But we saw lots of good fun stuff tonight. I think there was a Hellion reroll game that actually did pretty well there. We saw some legendary comps. What was most fun for you guys tonight?
Most fun for me tonight. Jeez, there's been so much. I think it's got to be Escher's Force of Darkness Gambit in the final game here. I'd say that you got to have some pretty large cojones to try to pull off something like that in your potentially deciding game, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see if it's paid off for him.
And for me, Death Flay Draven was the highlight. I'm definitely going to try that on my Smurf after this tournament. So I apologize to anyone in, I think it's Platinum right now. I'm going to be trying the memes. I definitely want to try that tech.
Okay, guys. This is it. We're going to show you the final scoreboard and work out who is going through, who got the money, who's going to walk away on top. Eliminated tonight out of our 24 people. You can see them on the right side. Escher with that last gambit, as you said, on 21 points has just scraped through. We don't even have to go down to tiebreakers. That's very nice. On the left side there, those 8 players will be walking away. The proud owners of some burgeoning bank balances tonight. That's going to be Banter, Chubby Bunny, Nowfire, Ask Gauges. Chunga, the favorite for the tournament, actually walks away in 3rd spot. Not too shabby at all. 28, very close to tonight the extremely consistent Jim Jam and Angora, who finished out on 30 and 29 points. So congratulations to everyone there. Some big performances. Who else have we got? Admiration, Obo managing to sneak through as well. So we are going to have some of our favorites, though not all of them, join us later on in the year as we decide who is the best player to represent Oceania as we head towards Worlds for the Reckoning set.
Yeah, just a shout out to Jim Jam as well. Extremely consistent day today, going 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd, and then finishing up today with the 7th, as you do. But extremely well played. We saw excellent technical play throughout the majority of today, so well-deserved first place. Going to take home $1,000 there, so be on the lookout for Jim Jam there.
Yeah, excellent play by him. And as well as Angora, of course, who we were picking out earlier as a force to be reckoned with. Kareem's, any other closing thoughts here as we look to push on tonight? It's been a fantastic day. 5 really interesting games that we got to watch there. And yeah, we've seen exactly how these players have sort of polished and honed their skills throughout the first half of set 5.
Yeah, just really strong players in there. For a lot of these players, that might have been the last time they play on set 5. Obviously, 5.5 is coming on Wednesday, I believe it is, and that's what regionals will be played on. So it'll be interesting to see, how the meta develops coming into regionals. Obviously, the meta is quite settled right now. We saw a lot of different things, but I think we have an all-star lineup at regionals. There's a lot of strong players in there. Dawnglade, Gora, Ubu, things like that. So looking forward to seeing, how they transition their skills into the next set. I think it'll be exciting regionals.
Okay, well, a big shout out to all the other, casters who joined us here throughout this event. Thank you to our partners, Order and Riot Games, who've helped put this tournament on, and of course to our production behind the scenes, Swifty, of course, running as many machines as he possibly can. Tycoon, endlessly slaving away at those spreadsheets to make sure we can tell you exactly who has come out as our champion here. As it turns out, it was Jim Jam. So a big shout out to them. They played a fantastic tournament, and they will be number 1 going into regionals. So thank you all for joining us here. And, thank you to everyone who's, helped rate us and been streaming, and all those players who gave us, a pseudo spectator mode as we wait for that to come in. Maybe it'll be here by the time we get to Worlds, guys. But thank you so much for joining us. We hope you have a good night, and we'll see you again in a couple of months.